Welcome in, y'all. Shalom, shalom, shalom. All of you guys, welcome in. Welcome back to the Warsheep podcast. Listen, I know that we're here for a very special show here today. And honestly, the main goal, the main interest here is to really reveal a lot of truth that's going on behind the scenes. And what they are refusing to actually come out with publicly, what they're refusing to actually give to people, which is real answers. You have to rely on the testimony of those who actually experience the truth, right? And get the peace, the level of peace of understanding through the testimonies of people who truly endured at times. Now, we're not trying to just bring people on this not had a personal experience, but they wish to speculate and to give commentary on things that they believe took place, but really truly didn't happen. You know what I mean? We're here to try to give you guys the truth. We'll do the best we can to present the truth as much as possible. We have a special guest here tonight that wishes to tell her story for the very first time. So we're going to hear out what women go through, what the women go through when you're a part of a ministry that only adhere to a man who wishes to preach his own doctrine. We're going to go through all of that. We're going to fine tooth comb it, and we're going to do it right now, right here, right now on the Warsheep podcast, where light creates understanding, understanding creates love, love creates patience, and that patience will create unity. So let's get unified in the spirit, y'all.
Is the sheep preaching hate? It says, I'm not going to let the wolf eat me anymore. If the wolf comes in here, next time he comes in here, I'll do whatever I have to do to keep him off my back. Is the sheep violent or is the wolf the violent one? He wasn't teaching hate, he was teaching common sense. You know, somebody's knocking you over the head, stop them. Do whatever you have to do to stop them. You know, the ones that were knocking him over the head were afraid of the fact that he might swing back. So they said, no, he's teaching hate, he's violent.
All right, y'all. We're going to go ahead and do some shout outs real quick, and we're going to have to bring up our special guest. All right, real quick, get some shout outs going. For all my righteous alpha men, drop a ram in a chat for me, please. And all my elegant women who's exceptional, all my youths, drop a sheep in the chat for me, please. And we're going to get this ball rocking and rolling. We got a very special one here today. You guys are in early. Hallelujah. Bless you. Brother Christian, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Stephanie Fuller, Sister Stephanie, welcome in. I appreciate you joining the new membership program. Thank you so much for signing up to be a member. And all my members out there who recently signed up, thank you so much for the support. And we got more coming on its way, more studying that I have to do, more things that I need to present to you. And it's going to be coming very soon, hot and ready for you. I promise you. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the last one. All right, Brother Nathaniel, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Seasons to Journey, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Daughter Shina, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you. My mother Shay, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Sister Angelica, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. High Stakes Mitch, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing, my brother. Mad Time 3, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. All right. The Masked Man, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Thank you for joining to be a member. All right. Mama Clay, thank you for your continued support and welcome back in this thing. Good to see you in this thing. Welcome back. Sister Lisa, welcome in. Good to see you back in this thing. Shalom to you as well. Sister Rose, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing and welcome back to the Warsheep podcast. Bless you. Brother Amin, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you and your continued support. Thank you, sir. Good to see you in this thing and welcome back to the Warsheep podcast. All right, Mama Joy, welcome in. Good to see you in this thing. Bless you well. Bless you. Great good blessings to you as well. All right. We got the ram. We got the sheep in the chat, brother. All right. So we got the ram and the sheep in the chat. We're ready to rock and roll. Brother Angelo's in the building. Ready to rock and roll. Let's get it. All salutes. All salutes. I'm going to introduce my guest here, man. Listen, we got a very special guest here tonight. Hope you guys are ready. You understand what I'm saying? Salutes to you all. Now, my guest here tonight is someone whose story may have you all may have heard whispers of. You may have heard things silently being said behind the scenes. You may have heard a few references of this particular story in testimony, but never from her directly. You understand? Sister Raye, who is a mother, who's a certified a parent coach, you understand, as well, right? And not only that, a founder as well in a company in the business that's flourishing and thriving right now, that's built off of wellness. And as far as parenting in a framework that's rooted in mental health. We all know that this is very important for us to have mental health and understanding where we're at with that. Not only that, some of us have loved ones that we need help with understanding their mental health. You understand what I'm saying? Being able to help you navigate those fields, right? When it comes to the emotional state, right? And relationship intelligence of these individuals is what she specializes in, right? Now, her journey has been one that has been a journey, a testimony that can definitely move mountains and shake grounds. You understand what I'm saying? And the level of sheer tenacity, right? And her grit that she went through while she was with this particular ministries, Straitway Truth Ministries, has got to be admired and respected. You understand what I'm saying? I would love for her to tell her story here today. So we're going to bring her on right here, right now. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Wow, wow. Can you hear me okay?
Just a
Can you
sec.
hear me good?
All right.
You can
Go
hear me
ahead.
good?
Welcome. Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay.
My audio thing does this thing sometimes where I got to go into the back and then and test it, and so that way you can come through on my speaker. But we got it. Welcome
Wow.
in, sister. How you been? How you been?
I've been well. I've been well. Thank you for the intro. You can just call me Ray. You don't have to call me Sister Ray, but thank you for the intro. I'm doing good. I'm happy to be here. I think we're gonna have a really good show tonight. Thank you for holding space for this conversation. I just want to say I really want to speak directly to the minds and hearts of the women because I know firsthand that we disappear in places like that, disappear under the silence, and we disappear in trying to survive. And then we take it a step further and we teach our young ones coming behind us this. So, I'm not really here to attack the theology or attack anybody or argue anything. I just want to shed light um, on a different perspective because it's one that I lived. And I believe every woman deserves to make an informed decision about what she does with her body, with her children, with her voice, and her trust. So, if this gives one woman her voice back, then I did what I come to do tonight.
That's what I'm talking about. Hallelujah. And so that is the aim. That is the goal. And I'm glad that you're here and you're able to give your testimony and understanding the plight of somebody who is next to you, not just yourself and trying to save your own skin, but you're actively saying, you know what, telling this testimony will help save other women, will help influence other men into looking out for certain things they should look out for. Now,
Absolutely.
that's definitely commendable. Now, my thing is this, right? One of the questions that I really have, right? And I don't know if you want to, because I know you did a brief introductory for yourself as well, but I'm just kind of gonna dive right in there,
Yeah, let's
okay?
do it. Let's do it.
Because I just think that it's just like we gotta unpack this thing, and we got a certain amount of
Absolutely.
time to unpack it with you. So,
Yeah.
my thing is this, right? So the mental health, right? The mental
Yes.
health and the manipulation of the women, right? Of the single women. I
Yes.
want you to speak to that, the mental health and the manipulation of single women. Now, the psychology breakdown that occurs, right, in high
Mhm.
control environments when you're literally are being controlled all the way down to the minute details,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Especially for single women. Can you speak to that for us?
Absolutely. Mental health is the foundation of me coming out of that mindset that had me so bound, that glued me to that place. And so it's a very relevant topic because it's so unnoticed. I want to name a term for us to keep in mind throughout the show, because it's really the root of a lot of the deception and the manipulation that we're going to expose. But spiritual bypass is described in psychology as using the scripture or faith to avoid dealing with real trauma, like reality of what's actually happened. And this practice is directly linked to neglect and re-traumatization. So it's actually counterproductive if you're trying to build in an environment where the goal is restoration. This tactic that is manipulation, it actually does the opposite. And so that's all across the board for a man or a woman. That's just a mind, period. But specifically for mothers, women, single mothers, your mental health is usually the first thing to go, and it's the most damaged in a place like that. So it's hard.
Now, real quick, I don't mean to
hmm
cut you off, cut your
hmm
wisdom. How long were you with Straitway? How long were you
Um,
there?
okay, yeah. So I started listening. I started listening to videos on YouTube when I was 19. And I would say pretty faithfully, like I was just watching YouTube videos. I just subscribed to Pastor Dowell's channel and would just watch his videos.
Mm.
But I was still in Christianity at the time, so it was just kind of something intriguing to me, but I was, still a Christian. But we actually joined, and by we I mean my husband at the time. We joined when we were 20. That's when we like started fellowshipping and making ourselves known, as you would say.
Okay. And so how
hmm
long were you actually still associated with
Okay.
Straitway?
Yeah, and then I left when I was 31. So essentially from 19 to 31 years old, I was there.
Wow.
hmm
Wow. So we say definitely over a decade
Yes.
of your life being spent in Straitway.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you get back to what you were talking about, what you were saying. But you guys got to understand that this is over a decade of experience here with Straitway Truth Ministries, and she's going to unpack that even more for you. I'm gonna let you get back on what you were saying. I just wanted to unpack that for all the viewers who may not know you just yet. You know what I mean, and know
Yeah.
your testimony, your background just yet. Yeah, you listen to over a decade worth of personal experience, firsthand experience. But okay,
Exactly.
go ahead though.
Yes. So, um, I think one really important thing to know is that the maternal death rate for Black women right now is 2 times as much as any other race. Um, by maternal death rate, that means like either pregnant or prior to having children. Her death rate is increased significantly. Um, and the main root of it has to do with oppression and being suppressed from the actual tools that you were born and equipped with to function in life. And the main thing is that it's highly avoidable when mental health is taken care of, when she feels safe. These deaths that are taking place drastically drop. Um, but before it gets that bad, there's signs that we have generationally masked, and we've gravitated to these systems that traditionally have put this bondage on us, that we've normalized, but it continues because we raise our children to function the same way. And so that's why it's so important for a mother to feel safe long before she has a child. Um, and I will just make the statement that I don't believe that a place like Straitway is cultivating the true internal safety that a woman needs to healthily raise her children. And then even the more so for a single woman that is already had them and is raising them, it as well. Again, it's not the right environment for her to thrive and for the children then to thrive.
Right. So that, which is key factors, right? Key
Mm-hmm.
factors and key highlights in regards to what you should be expecting right now. So my
Right.
thing is this, right? Like, how is submission? How is it becoming? How does it become weaponized to either silence the women or keep the women under all subjection, right? To
Exactly.
where they won't
Yeah.
buck the system, they won't, cause any ruckus or anything like that, or wake up or shake awake the men to realize what they're truly under, the level of deception. Tell me, how is submission being weaponized? Can you compound on that for me?
Yes, I would say that there's different like levels and stages of the way that that is used as a tool to kind of deconstruct a woman's mind and essentially dismantle her from the inside out. The whole idea of submission is like obedience is what's framed as your healing. Your that's what determines your value, you know, how well you obey. And it's like that's the part where you kind of take away the way a woman is designed because we naturally feel. It's a man that he sees and then responds. But a woman, she sees, she feels, then she responds. And in these systems, the idea of not being allowed to ask questions, not being allowed to think, not being allowed to literally feel, being told that they don't matter, they're not important, they're not real. So you disassociate from them, you disconnect from your actual God given instinct. And that's just how it starts, you know. But then you go a step further and you look at the environment where you see other women submitting as well, and it puts a pressure on you to act the way everybody else is acting. So it's almost like it's not necessarily a change taking place for the good. You're just conforming, you know. I'm just doing what I see. That's another way that the submission kind of tears you down. um, and then I would say when it comes to this is kind of something I wanted to talk about later, but it's still relevant to this. But like when there are women also that are in charge, but unqualified to lead, meaning they're not put in these places of leadership because of their wisdom and their self control. It's more so how well they play the game, you know, how obedient they are, and how easy it is for them
Right.
to be managed by men. And so they're going through their own battles because they're performing, you know, and they're all sweet and kind to the men, to the leadership, but to the women, they're oppressive. You know, they are
Mm.
jealous, they're catty, they're manipulative. And you just have to obey. You know, nobody there, and it's like it's not directly where you're told you have to do things this way, you're gonna do it. Like it's very subtle where it's almost like you're volunteering to submit, but it's very much so if I don't do what is told is gonna be a problem, you know? So yeah, there's so many layers to it.
And so it's a level of, I guess, not even just toward their own husbands, what you're saying. They're kind of showing favoritism to all the men mostly. And then when it comes to their sister, of course, who's supposed to be laboring amongst them, they kind of have this bias, like they're treating them poorly, like jealousy, catty, a lot of this stuff that we really been talking about a lot in regards to the people in the ministry and how they conduct themselves and behind the scenes, what you would truly be able to expect after a while. Like, but my thing is this, right? When you first got there, when you first made it to Straitway, did you have that same impression, right? Did you have the same thought? Because when you first got there, I'm pretty sure you probably had a different testimony. Can you tell us a little bit about like when you first got there?
Absolutely, yeah, of course. When I first heard, when I first followed, like it seemed like the way, and I believed that up until a year ago. You know, I felt in the very beginning like this is it. This is where I needed to be. Um, I didn't see a lot. Like I wasn't exposed to um, certain things in the beginning, and I, you know, that's also another. tactic that is used to kind of, there's levels to it, things that you get to experience the further you go. But yeah, in the beginning it was great. And in a sense of, I just thought like, my mind at that time, I was attracted because of my wounds. I wasn't coming from a healed space. So it was my wounds that attracted me to it. Meaning, I was not as critical of a thinker. I was kind of, I attracted that because of the state that I was in. And so I think my expectations on what safety was at that time was very low, and so the
Right.
radars were kind of already off, which is what's the story for a lot of women going there. You're not in a good place, so already you're not as sharp in your decision making. So there were signs that I did not see. And again, just kind of wanting to fit in, gravitating to the idea of love and everything that is portrayed that makes so many people come. There's a reason it is as large as it is, and I definitely was one of the ones that fell into that right away, very quickly and very
Mm,
deeply.
absolutely. Now I have a certain clip here that I want you to check out. And I'm gonna play this clip, and I really want you to give your thoughts on this day, what took place, and what your opinion is as to what he had to say, what Dow had to say in regards to this clip. Okay,
Okay.
um, I'm really interested in that. Let's go
Okay.
ahead and play it. Ties right into what we're talking about now.
Nadia, come here. Which one of y'all brothers 40 years old? What? Well, I guess I'll do. I'm 49. Ain't I still 49? All right, good. Now, what does this look like in today's world? As long as they are able to flower, they ready. Now, at this age, this young barren age right here, how many children they probably going to end up having before they hit 20? You think they're going to be worried about burning? They're going to be busy.
And of course, the first thing they do is they say that Muhammad was a pervert. That's what they say. And you need to be careful about some of the judgments that you make, because they talk about him marrying young maidens, young girls, or something like that. Hey, you people forgot that when Joseph married Mary, that she was an adolescent. She was 12, 13 years old. And then the first thing y'all want to do is attack Muhammad. You people are some of the greatest hypocrites that has ever been on the face of the planet. Or the problem is you go about establishing your own righteousness. When a woman has reached puberty, there is no sin, whether you like it or not. There is no sin. There may be laws on the land. Even here in the United States of America, there are states where United States of America, Greco-Roman, American, British Empire, America. There are states in this country where you can marry girls at 14, 15, 16, 17. You people, y'all, of course, I know what the problem is. The problem is that everybody has a mouth and it moves. And is it true? Tell us, Ringo. We want to know, is it all true? Or did you say that? Or did you say that? Nadia, come here. Which one of y'all brothers 40 years old? What? Well, I guess I'll do. I'm 49. Ain't I still 49? All right, good. Now, what does this look like in today's world? As long as they are able to flower, they ready.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it there.
Okay.
What do you Now this is this is definitely, listen. What is your thoughts on this speech coming from
Okay.
a so-called pastor?
Yes. So I would definitely first of all say again, a mind of a woman in the ministry, um, specifically a single mother. I'm gonna say in this instance, that's what I'm gonna speak from the perspective of first.
Hmm.
Um, Everything that he's saying is true. So even if I don't agree with it, I'm thinking that that's something wrong in me that I now need to dig deep and pray and fast and meditate on and get casted out because that's evil. What he's saying is right. So that's what I need to believe. And that's how I need to now teach my daughter to think. And so that's how I would have, that's how that would have set with me in that ministry. It would have that, no question about it. Okay, yes, sir, and then you go and do. But I don't necessarily need to give a personal opinion. I think it's more effective to go deeper and mention like the moment that we start to associate a child's biological development with her readiness for marriage or sex or whatever you want to call it, then we're crossing a dangerous line. Just if you tap into your natural maternal parental instinct in you, removing what religion says, removing what a man is preaching, removing something else that's on the outside coming in, already on the inside, that should cross a line to you, and so emotional development and autonomy, consent, safety, all these things are ignored instantly when there's so much spiritualizing of reality, and you justify harm, you justify teaching these things which is harmful to your children when they age. So we have to be honest about just what that mindset leads to. I don't really want to debate it, but if it when it comes to protecting children, like that's a no-brainer. When your mind is healthy and you're not fatigued and overworked and just bombarded with everything else, when it's just you, a red flag goes off that's strange, that's not right. So nothing else really matters at that point. That's my opinion right now, concerning that being said. I don't, yeah. Yeah,
Right.
that's how I
And
answer
I
that.
gotta agree. Everything you hit on some really key points with this, and like the development of the child, her mindset, and how she's viewing herself, right? And when you're
Mm-hmm.
bringing her to that level, and the way that she should be thinking, right, is that if some man who is in his upper 40s or older or whatever it may be, right, is making sexual advances towards her, that she should be numb to the facts of it, right? Because she's old enough to flower, so she should be able to receive those advances. You open it up to the idea and possibilities of being not only abused, right, which that happens all too often to our young ladies, right, especially in the community. But not to be abused, but also for her to have a mind washing of being receptive to this abuse, right? Not understanding and knowing that this could be wrong, right? Because the man that they call a man of Yah, the one who they all trust, is saying there's nothing wrong with it. And so that's one of the things that for sure, when we're talking about the ladies and the women in the ministry, and on the heels of what you just got done breaking down, right? When it comes to the way that they treat each other, on top of that, the way that the leadership treats the young women and the women in general, this is not going to be a very good thing. It's not a very good recipe, right, for success. Now, I want you to
uh,
touch a little bit on this. All right, go ahead. You
really,
got something to add to it?
yes,
Go right
I
ahead.
want to say, because so like when we say words like abuse and neglect, and it's so easy to again not pick up on it because the abuse is not just physical. There's mental abuse, there's mental neglect, there's spiritual abuse, there's spiritual neglect, there's emotional. It's not just physical, getting punched or hit or starved or whatever. It's what's going on the inside that is neglected and abused, and that's what you're told is not important and it doesn't matter. But just one more thing on that video or that clip, because we talk about the child and the influence that is bringing onto her, but the only way to even fix that or prevent it is I'm now looking at the mom like, okay, where is the parents for her to be one that's comfortable to be called up? What's going on in that home? Because a mother's mind is her child's home. And what I mean by that is like a mom's mental and emotional state becomes the atmosphere that the child develops in. So again, for a single mom, like
Right.
your obedience is your safety. As long as you obey, whatever you need, essentially you have, but with that kind of agreement, you're always going to make compromising decisions. And there's such an unseen pressure that you put on yourself for your children to not be the thing that causes this safety that you think you have to be gone. Meaning if we have any problems, who's gonna want to take us in? If you come off as disobedient or unruly, or if I show any ounce of rebellion, my safety is in threat. Who's gonna want to cover us? Who's gonna want to bring us in? Because you already know that you're a burden. No matter how many times people say you're not, like you are. You get gaslit into thinking that everything is okay and what you're feeling is not true, but in reality you see something and you feel something completely different. And so it's the mom. Her mind has to really, your mental health is compromised. Your mental health is compromised. That compromises your intuition, and it's just so important for us to have a good relationship with our brain. And again, just that place doesn't encourage that. Clips like that show the impact that goes generational.
Right. Yeah, that leads me into my next question that I had for you. And that was just the immense mental load that's been placed on the mothers, right? And these settings
One
when
of
it
them.
comes to it, right?
One of the
Yeah,
mental loads.
that's
There's
one of the
many.
mental loads, right? And then of course that mental load it ultimately affects the children.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to kind of give a little bit of insight there, it also affects the children. It makes you a little harder towards them. It makes you a little more cold towards them in ways, right?
Yes.
Can you
Yes.
speak to this, like
Yes.
in regards to your experience?
Mm. Absolutely. Yeah. There is going back to that pressure that
Hmm.
a woman can put on herself. And this is a single woman, but even when you're married, um, your name in Israel is everything. So really what you're saying is we have to play the game well. Like we have to be good performers. And I think there's different levels of that, like how
Hmm.
serious or committed people are to the ministry determines, that level of enforcing what they put out. Um, and so for a mom, it goes so many ways, but you you're stressed, and it shows with the children, because when we understand like cortisol, and again talking about brain health, like the ability to manage stress, like your window of tolerance is very small, because the capacity that you have is given to so many other things, especially on a community. um there's so many other pools that you have to manage. It's like children and your personal things personal to you get the least attention, and they get the worst parts of you. Because everybody else you're performing for all day, and you're, you know, exerting this energy using your body, you're communicating, it's draining. And so your children can be very triggering, and this is coming from already learned behavior when it comes to parenting. You know, we come to the faith and you have this change outwardly where it's okay, they're saying yes ma'am, or you are disciplining them. You know, there's things that change, but there's those internal patterns that you've inherited that show up because that's how you were raised. And for the majority of us, we did not have examples of emotional regulated parents, you know, so the way that they raised us and the things that we lacked show up now in how we parent. So it's you're already at a deficit. You're already at a deficit, and then all the added stress on top really makes it hard to do what you know you're supposed to be doing. Like, you have these outbursts, you have this moment where you're not in control consistently, and it's like, why am I not, where are the results? You know, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm praying, I'm giving the rod, all these things, and it's like something is still missing. You have counsel, you know, you're playing the game, and there's always this piece of like unfulfillment, and it, you get tired of it, but you disassociate, so it just burns out, you know, you just burn out. And we're taught to just keep going. That's what we saw mom do, that's what we saw grandma do, so that's what we're gonna do. And you wear it like a badge of honor, but the
Right.
children are hurting the most. And if we have this care for that generation, like, we are the ones that have to change, and it's not by what we can build up for them, it's the work that can be done internally, because that's what's actually generational, you know, not these brick buildings that aren't going to be destroyed in a tornado. You know, it's the mental health that I started to take care of, and the communication that I have now, that they then pattern and do better, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is 100% facts. And, you know, of course, when we're talking about this, these are some of the things that directly affect the people, right? Especially when it comes from people who are placed in positions of authority. And
Yeah.
Pastor Ruth said, you know, he likes them young. So that mental washing, right? Not only that, but lining the parents up, right? Are the ones who are, they're lining them up to teach them the ways of Straitway. So that way these children can adhere to it. So when they hear certain things that may be off, like we just watched this video, they will be already numb to the facts of it. And you know, he you know, as Pastor Ruben said, he did say that he did like them young. And so when he starts to progress it over time, he can progress it. But all these parents have already gotten their children lined up just based on the level of manipulation, right? And the way that they're being treated. So they'll feel numb to this whole thing.
Yeah.
But real quick, just to remind y'all, real
Hey,
quick.
Dowell. I hear you like I'm young.
Just to remind y'all, real quick, you know. So this leads me to my next question here. Okay. Now, this is one that's going to be very important, because we know that level of authority, right? And unqualified authority, and how dangerous it truly can be, right? With these older women who are exhibiting signs of psychosis already off the top,
Exactly.
okay?
Yeah.
And yet they still are put in positions of mentorship. Come
Yep.
on. Hurt
Yes.
people hurt people,
Hurt people
right?
hurt people. Hurt women hurt women. Yes. It is.
Oh, wow.
I think that's the main thing. Like, starting
Mhm.
at the top with Dowell, and you look at what he has created and literally what his mind has manifested. And you start with him, but you just apply it, period. The dangers of unqualified authority. In the older one, I want to talk about what I've seen, the women first and then the men. Um, but for women, I'll speak to where I was at specifically. I won't say that this is every woman. This is just my experience of what I noticed where I was at, the community that I lived on. Um, Older women definitely showed undiagnosed signs of mental illness, like you said, the psychosis. Um, you define that it's it's like a break from reality. You are literally disassociated with what's really here, and there's delusions, there's hallucinations, however you want to word it. You have these visions or a shifted reality and disorganized thinking. So this is also like a pre-manic state because it includes things like irritability, racing thoughts, extreme energy. It's just you're all over the place. But these were consistently the women that were put in positions of authority. They were the older women. These are the ones that are supposed to be the older women that are wise, teaching the younger. But like I said, they weren't put there because of wisdom. They were not emotionally stable. They were really just a mirror for the values of this oppressive system. They were the ones that performed the best. They're the ones in their psychosis falling out and shouting, and they just look so spiritual. They're so kind, so just put together. But there is such a switch up, and that's the psychosis. That's you're performing, and it's such a sweetness to the leaders, but then you are ruthless to the women. You are ruthless, and this is consistently, and I can recall observing these women, seeing them work on themselves, doing things that were done to get relief from being tired or having anxiety or dealing with anger issues, so you can identify all these areas that you're struggling, and you're doing this one thing as a result to get rid of them, but it's still there. You're still oppressing us. You're still emotionally unstable, and it's like a switch up. As soon as somebody walk by, it's a completely different person, completely different voice, completely different everything. And that is not normal, in a healthy mental state. If that's what we keep talking about, and that's what we keep our focus on, that's not normal. And I started to think like, this is not an example. If this is what I have to look forward to in my ages to come, what are we doing? That's just one part of it. But then you talk about the health issues as well, because there's all this chronic stress that does not get resolved, then manifests in your body. They were also all consistently struggling with chronic, health issues. And understand there's this boast that like nobody's on nobody's on medications and things like that, but people are suffering internally to the point that it does manifest in your body, and it has to do again with the mental state and what's going on there. So for a woman to then be over other women and then influence the children, does that sound safe to you? Like, it doesn't sound secure. And so that's coming from being with a man, or the what this looks like in a man is, they just expected to lead, and that's it. So them, you think about where they were born, how they were raised, again, the mental understanding and education was not present. So you get thrown into these situations where you're covering women, but there's no blueprint beyond the Bible. So you can't really humanize her experience enough to have a care, because she's not bonded to you. And that's very much so there, and it's like, I don't, that alone helps me personally to not be bitter with the men that oppressed me, because I, willingly allowed it to happen. I just understand where their minds are is because of the lack, and it tries to show up in other areas of masculinity and patriarchy, but it's really just he's wounded, and he didn't have the tools that he needed to help me. So how could I expect that from him? I'm not upset about it. I just know that that's not the place for me if I want to thrive and I want my children to thrive. That's not the kind of man that I want to follow, or the kind of son that I would want for my daughters to marry.
Right. Absolutely. And so that definitely takes its toll. And I know that you spoke on it briefly here. And one of the things is with this, right? Now, when it came to like a more of a the people pleasing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the way that they were in a level of servitude. Now, I know that I saw a question in the chat. Ray here was with Straitway Truth Ministries in fellowship with them for not even nearly 2 decades. You understand what I mean, of her life. And so this is what she's giving a testimony on. And the thing here is this, right? When it came to people pleasing and things like that, where did you fellowship mostly? Where was your fellowship mostly at?
Well, my origin, like we started, our foundation was always with Texas. So there were different um, phases of people moving to the geographical location that they all decided, that we all at that time decided to build on. And so originally the fellowship was in Texas, and that was both the Dallas and the Houston assembly, and then we got moved up to Kentucky, and that's where we fellowship. But we visited communities as well. Just being there for so long, we kind of got to know quite a few of the different places, especially some of the ones that have been around for a while. But it was mainly Texas, mainly Texas, Kentucky.
Okay, nice. And so in that, noticing this, right? Because did you notice or witness any sort of, from leadership that you've been under, witness any sort of, like, I guess favoritism or over consumption of something, like overcompensation, right? People pleasing, man worship, any type of behavior coming from leadership or the men within that group that you've been a part of?
Favoritism. I honestly think just naturally every single person there deals with respecter of persons, to a degree. Everybody has who they kind of gravitate towards. I just noticed how it's very easy to label things, to make it something that's good for you, but really they make it like it's bad. So like a lot of things that I look at now, I don't question it as the intent. I don't assume it to be, I guess, evil or not good right away. So, I don't, I could recognize and identify people that they favored more, but I could understand why, if they were, again, more pleasing to them, more easier for them to manage. And, if you were that person or in that crowd, then yeah, you got treated different. And so for the lowers, the other people, that's where you want to be. So it creates this kind of competition, like who can be the most obedient, or there's all kind of different ways that
Right.
it makes people respond. And that's the whole thing, like you're dealing with a bunch of people and you're trying to make everybody think one way or do one thing, and that's not gonna solve the real issues. It's bigger than that.
Wow. Yeah, absolutely. And so that's one of the biggest things that I've noticed as well is the level of man worship, the level of people pleasing that you tend to really gravitate towards and fall into just in the name of saying that you want to have a good name amongst these people. You want to be in good standing. So you go along to get along
Yeah.
to do what it takes to be in good standing. And that's exactly what you've been covering. You've been going over that and making sure people have painting a clear picture that within Straitway that this goes down and trickles all the way down to the children. How obedient and submitted are they, as well as how willing are they to get up in front of a group of people, in front of the whole congregation, and be, I guess, put on display, right? And saying that it should be okay to lay with a 14 or 15-year-old in front of a whole congregation. How numb are the people for them to sit there and allow some type of conversation like that to go forth in regards to people's young daughters? Now, my thing is this, right? You got anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, it's just that it's that false sense of safety that comes from being obedient, and it's like
Mhm.
that's an environment where obedience is that's the currency. That's the currency. But
Wow.
it's like that's not the point is for people to see that that's not safety. That's oppression, you know, especially for women and for children. And it's things like that that are normalized there that they make you disassociate from. And it's like those are the things that are used as a weapon, you know, to keep you silent and loyal and compliant when these are the words that are normal in a place. You know, safety should be a concern. Like, am I really safe here? And it's not just the immediate danger of I have food, I have clothes, I have everything I need. Like, really,
Mhm.
again, inwardly, the mental and the spiritual and the emotional, those are the parts that need to be considered, and they're telling you those don't matter.
Wow.
And that's what you
Absolutely.
need to recognize that, you know, stuff like that in that clip is not normal.
Right. And then
Yeah.
so and just like you said, right? That wasn't the first testimony when you first got there. This was
Right.
something that developed over time. It was like, you're not going to experience it. So these people who come in and give these fresh testimonies, right? They're fresh
Mhm.
faces with
Yeah.
brand new testimonies. They have not had the nearly 2 decades worth of experience that Ray has. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's no way that they can really give a real testimony of this particular situation, this ministry, because they don't have any real experience, right? But this leads me into my next question here, right? The education, right? The abuse of the education and legal consequences of that abuse. I really want to know a little bit more about that, right? Because I know you raised some great points, right? And the points are phenomenal. But I don't think that people quite took an angle like this so far because they didn't have the experience. They haven't been there long enough to talk about it. And not only that, it's just the level of in depth that they would need to be in order to truly understand it. Now, the educational abuse and also the legal consequences of it, the ramifications, that is something that you would know about because the women were truly, I guess, promoted, right? Or they were encouraged to be the first line teachers, is what they always would say. You are the first line teachers. And so that educational abuse comes through the woman first. She's the one who has to deliver it to the children, right? And the children are indoctrinated through the women. So I want you to compound on top of that if you can, please. And just tell me a little bit more about that in regards to it.
Yeah, the educational neglect is real. It's one
Mm,
of the most underlooked, or I guess overlooked, forms of abuse. It actually is abuse, and it goes under the radar in high control environments, like the one I came from. Your children are. It's like, again, it's pressure. Everybody's forced to do everything the same way, and that's not realistic. But your children are denied access to quality education, to critical thinking. Like, these are basic fundamental things that you need, and it's not necessary in these places, you know. And so even in basic literacy, in favor of obedience. It's like we're not raising empowered humans. We're raising robots, dependents, and it's not by accident. That's how you continue to keep the control going. You know, it keeps you unable to believe. It keeps you from questioning. It keeps you from surviving in anything outside of this system. So, like I said, the neglect is not physical all the time, but it is intellectual all the time. It is emotional and it is spiritual, because they're not the children are not being really and truly prepared for life. The mother she's parenting at a deficit because she's tired, she's stressed, things going on based off how submissive or obedient she is, or if she's coming from a place where she has to make a radical transformation and she's watching her husband make this radical transformation. You know, you still have to process all of that deeper than just sit in the chair and get deliverance, you know. But again, that's the spiritual bypassing that takes place. And so she then has to show up to try to educate the child from that space. And then you also consider like the budget. It costs money to really and truly be able to give a child everything that they need, when we're talking about education, and experiences that build and nourish their brain. And many women don't have that opportunity. You know, not everybody has the communities where the football players and all that are. You know, a lot of them in reality are kind of building from the bottom. So there's not much resources that you have to give your children what you know they need, especially if you can already identify that they're gifted and they need more stimulation mentally. It doesn't happen a lot of times. You don't really have the time for it, and you don't really have women that take the time to learn how to educate. You know, you that is a profession that people pursue and look into. You know, it's something that it's a craft you develop. And to say that just because a woman has a child, she's now qualified to do this weighty task, and you just kind of leave it at that and tell her to pray more and read the Bible and the things will come. You know, it's not, the reality is that's not enough, you know, to help her in these moments. And so again, ultimately the children suffer. It shows up in all kind of ways when they're older. And I would really question, you know, because you hear the testimonies of in the past, you know, the children that were taught Abeka by women, and this is, you know, from years ago, children that are grown and adults now. You know, it's like, okay, but what are the statistics right now? What are the children that are being educated right now in this place? You know, what are the stats for that? And if we really look at that, I think it, you know, you may question a little bit more, what are we doing? You know, I don't think
Right.
they would be all that good, honestly. I think there would be some peaks, but the average, I think the results would be shocking. And that's something that is necessary. You know, these are the things you want to know if this is where you're gonna plant your feet and give all and trust that you're safe. You know, what is the education of my child gonna look like? You know, that's another thing to consider, and it's another hard one to do. It's another hard thing to do successfully. And again, when it comes to thriving for the woman and the child, the entire family.
Right. Absolutely. And that's one of the things. And now those are two things, right? I know one of them he really heavily brags about, which is the health of the people on the land, which of course you're saying like, listen, they not that healthy, yo.
They
They
not
they
that healthy.
definitely are dealing with, yeah, they ain't that healthy, fam. You just not giving them an access or giving them encouragement to see a physician to get a real diagnosis of their health, or see physicians when they are injured. Because I've had testimonies come from individuals who even said that there are children who've broken their arm before, on the land, and have not seen any medical care or anything like that. and they just, prayed over it and things like that, but it never really truly healed or got better. The child was just suffering for a while. You know what I'm saying? In regards to living with that injury. And they just didn't take them to the hospital. And so that testimony that came through, that was an understanding that there's a level of neglect with health, but also educational wise. Nobody brags about the children of Straitway being geniuses. Okay. So when you talk about the level of education and maybe that abuse being profound, right? Because they neglect to understand, like, how are you going to truly effectively educate them? How are you going to get the things done that needs to be done when they're constantly trying to work you?
Right.
Can you talk a little bit more about that as well? Like when they're working, like, what does it look like a day to day, like in your day to day? What was it like when you're out here, right? And they want you to do A, B, and C, and you're Ray, right? You're there on the land. Your sister Ray. What it was your day to day like, and what was the? Did you have any time, like while you're answering? Did you have any time to meditate on the word, to seek out your salvation with fear and tremblance, to really get some true deliverance for yourself, right? Some true deliverance, some soul searching, some one-on-one time with you and the Father? Was there anything that took place there to where you had opportunities like this? What was your day-to-day like? Did
That's
you
a
have
that's a
opportunities?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's such an important one because it's like it really the answer you get really depends on who you ask, you know? One
Hmm.
person will say about another like, "Heck yeah, they have time for all of these things," or "Heck no, they're not busy," but you ask that actual person and you will get a completely different answer because it's them that's doing it. It's their life that's being lived, so they're the ones feeling it.
That's
I'll
right.
go back to that, but I do want to say too again on the I mean the educational neglect. And so like this is why for me it was so frustrating coming out of that because so when it comes to these children that are born, like they are so gifted, and it's not even like there's a lack, because you say they're like the comment about geniuses, like the children are born and they grow up, and you can see that these minds are so ready to learn and absorb. There's so much more that they should
Right.
be exposed to and that they should be doing just based off of what they're already displaying. And so this is like, okay, if you're thinking ahead, what is this child's outcome gonna look like at this rate? Because their mind is so advanced, because there is an element of health there because you are eating from the garden, depending on the community you're on, and what the diet is, because everybody kind of has their own vibe based on where they're at. But ideally, your health is a little better to a degree because of you're moving, there's a little bit more activity, but at the same time, it's not enough because of how chronic the stress is that you're taking on mentally. That it's like what you're doing and your herbs and your walking and tending to the animal, it's not enough. It's nowhere near enough. And so like for me, I can say that one thing that I dealt with, like I was very stressed not having any form of like health insurance, and again being this burden. I was very strict with like I didn't want my girls to have any type of sugar. I didn't want them to do anything that would cause them to get cavities because somebody is going to have to come up with that money that I don't have to pay for this, and I don't know who would do it. I will say that we were always, our needs were always met, but it wasn't like it was just money being thrown at us. Every time it was a burden because I knew I was not giving in, it was always taken away.
Right.
And so there was a pressure on me, like things like that I stressed about in their diet, and the way I fed them was, I don't want you having any sugar. And it's just speaking to my mind and what a woman is going through in that state because of the lack of simple normal things that you should have. And so again, those are compromising decisions that you have to make when you place yourself under that kind of care. You know, you do things a certain way based on what you lack, and the decision isn't always going to be a good one. But going back to what my day looked like, so it really it depends on the season. In the winter, it was a little slower, but there's so many variables that you had to consider, like how many women on the land were pregnant, how many women were in purification, you know, where were we at in the garden? It was a lot to consider. But um do I think I had time for the word and the Father and to meditate the way that I needed? No. I'm gonna say absolutely not. My day started very early, and I was not sleeping. There was a period where I would always wake up. I started to wake up consistently at like 3. And I found out about, you know, like cortisol dumping and stuff, and I knew that that was a sign my body was like highly stressed. But I would wake up and I couldn't go back to sleep. And my day started depending on what the meal was, because I had breakfast. I cooked breakfast in the morning for everybody on the land and anybody coming to visit. So it was at minimum 20 people, but you serving upwards, you know, more
Right.
than that at times. So it'd be waking up anywhere from like 4:30 to 5, like actually getting up and being in the kitchen cooking breakfast. After breakfast was done, we ate at 8 or 9. And so we eat breakfast, then I would like go and lay down. I needed to rest because I was a teacher, so I had school, and I can't really remember the times we started. I think it was like 10:30 or something, but I had a small window to, like, you know, feed my girls, get them situated, and pretty much prepare for class, or if I had to do stuff in the garden, you know, just it was a little window where I had time to myself. And I usually would have to sleep because I was crashing. I was crashing. There were
Wow.
times where I
Yeah.
really wasn't eating, for many different reasons. So I didn't really, you know, there's you can see where your body deteriorates and breaks down, and it's like, you know, that these things are happening, but you know, it's like, this is what it is. You just kind of settle into it. But after school, or we'd have a break, I'd have to be in the garden or be doing laundry or go check on a sister that just had a baby. You know, there was time was filled. The whole day
Hmm.
was something to do. Um, yeah, if we had laundry, you know, hanging them up on the clothesline, taking them down. Dishes were a thing. You wash dishes for the entire community. It was just it. There was a lot. There was always a lot, and then you factor into all of that, still being a parent. You know, still having to mother or help someone else, and, you know, watch her children. Or there was just always something to do. There was always something. There was always a need, and depending on how much of a servant you were, you know, you could get easily overworked or overused, especially if you don't have boundaries, which aren't encouraged there. So you don't really have boundaries, you know, but you it's an environment where you can easily overwork yourself and it goes unnoticed. I've seen it. I witnessed many of women, due to neglect, have some pretty bad complications, you know, that could have
Wow.
been avoided. I myself thankfully didn't get to that state, but I know had things continued, I wouldn't be far from that. Absolutely, you know, without a doubt. And
Wow.
I'm still recovering, you know, from just trying to get my health back right to where it should be from that, like
Right.
sleep regulating and things like that. Yeah.
Right. That makes sense. Wow. Yeah. And so that's one of the biggest things that I always wanted to touch on in regards to the women in particular when it comes to Straitway is the level of working, overworking.
Yeah.
You don't have time to grow. You don't have time to spend time with the Father the way that you should, right? Because you're
Yeah.
constantly prepping, constantly doing something. Like even on the Sabbath day, the women are still working. You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that
They're
was one of
still
the
working.
busiest days. That was
Yeah.
at times one of the busiest days.
Wow.
Absolutely.
And so how are we supposed to believe that a ministry who claims to keep the word, who claims to keep the law, statute, commandments of the Most High, but also are still working the women on the Sabbath? They're still working. They're still doing all. Listen, by the sweat of your brow, you're still in the kitchen working and slaving over a stove. And there's nothing that's been totally completely prepped, right? Or you're still doing what you're doing to serve on those days, right? To be of
Yeah.
servitude,
There's
because I believe
prep.
you got you.
Yeah, we definitely
Yeah, you
prep,
prep
you know,
first. Yeah,
sometimes days ahead, a week out. It's just the demand, the bandwidth, um, or
right.
you know, the amount of sisters that were, I don't want to say capable, but I guess kind of selected to serve. It was consistently like a certain amount based off of, you know, where you were at with the woman in charge. She decided where you were going to be, and the more grueling jobs were given to ones that she may not have liked as much, or, you know, had an opinion
Wow.
about, or something she discerned. So she thinks she should be here with this sister doing this to, you know, that kind of, again, the spiritual bypass, where it's like we're not even really talking about what's the real issue here.
Okay. So it's like a passive aggressive way of
Yeah.
like asserting your authority over somebody
Yeah.
you probably don't have favoritism with.
Hmm.
And so that's one of the biggest things, is that there's a passive aggression there. There's putting you in certain positions where you, well, I feel like this sister has issues with submission. Let me put her here to see if she can, so I can challenge her level of submission, right? To see if she can get submitted better.
And I'll
And
yes,
that's
that's
pretty
all.
interesting.
Yeah, that's
Hmm.
true. And also that, you know, there's no accountability, because you can
Okay.
have these women having these experiences, and there be multiple women that agree and will talk about it amongst themselves. And that conversation, again, through the indoctrination, you gossiping, or you're bitter, or you viper, you know, these terms to anything that actually is healthy for us now being deemed as something bad or not good. And so these women are having these experiences, but there's a fear to say something. You're scared to go and speak up because I don't want to get talked about on Shabbat, or we did it before and it was this big old thing, you know. So now the silencing, you don't want to speak up. And anytime anybody does, you know, like it's like it really depends on the type of leader you have, and, you know, what he implements in his home, how his wife is, how qualified she is. That's something we could also talk about, like the qualifications of these women in leadership that are directly related to, you know, like an elder or a teacher, the ones that are higher up. Um, but if you have a leader that is trying to be balanced or neutral, you know, it's still kind of, you're not heard. It's very rare for a woman to express her needs and they be met, when outside of like something I can actually give to you, like I need a bed or I need more shoes, you know, not, I don't feel safe, like I don't know what's going on or how to communicate, you know. There's very little help for that, I
Right.
would say, at all. And so that's more so the issue. These women are doing these things, but it's like it's gonna continue to happen because we can't even talk about it in a healthy way that shines light on why they're doing what they're doing. We just kind of told to deal with it, you know. If
Mm,
I was in your place, I would just obey, things like that, you know.
mm.
Then doesn't, you don't need to ask too many questions. Just be happy to serve. You know, the silencing. And so you take this on and then you pass it to your children, but you continue being torn down and torn down and torn down, and you're not being restored. You're not being healed. You're disappearing.
Wow. And so yeah, the level of safety, the level of
Mhm.
safety. So when
Mhm.
it's like you got a complaint and something's going on and you're looking to take that up to leadership, you kind of got to be fearful from what it sounds like. You got to be really cautious because it might not turn out the way that you believe it to, right? It might turn out completely contrary to your position, and trying to get people to realize, like, yo, this is not right. And
Yeah.
that's what I'm kind of getting from it,
It's
right?
just like it's not a place for
Mm-hmm.
change. This is what we
Wow.
do. This works. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. If you're here, you agree, do it. And it's either okay right away, it's like I don't really want to, but okay, or it's just a straight up like I'm having a hard time with that. Like, it's not okay. And the fact that all of those different experiences can't be had is the problem.
Mm, wow. Absolutely. And so, yeah, that's one of the biggest things, especially when dealing with people directly, especially in Straitway, dealing with people directly. You're
Mm,
absolutely right. I can touch and agree with that. When you're looking and standing for change and you want something to improve, right? And you bring that and you go through the channels, you do the best you can to evoke it.
yeah,
um, uh, you know, individuals who may have a bit more favoritism will seek ways to try to shut it down, right? And to overpower it and to make you look like you're the one who needs deliverance and you got all these demons in you and you can't, you know what I mean? Like you know, that just kind of knocks your credibility down a few notches. And then now you have to work harder to prove that you're credible in a
yeah,
space where they just want you to let them be who they are intending to be, which is
yeah.
yeah, like which
You
is
just basically you're saying like, okay, I'm not safe to
right.
express this. I can't say nothing. So you just suffer, and you're
Mm,
not getting
yeah,
set free in an environment where that's the foundation. That's constant. You're just constantly not saying nothing. You're not getting free in that. There's
right,
no work really truly being done. It doesn't
right.
matter how much you suppress it and you pray and you fast and you obey, like you keep going and you're not happy, you're not fulfilled.
Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, and that creates a really bad environment. It's a bad recipe for
Yeah.
disaster because it really sets people up to be abused, not
Mhm.
only physically but also, of course, mentally, emotionally, in all these different ways. But also for it to go unheard, for it to go unchecked. We've seen examples like this when it comes to the situation with other groups, other cults, right? Other cult leaders, like what's the guy's name? Kushner, or what's the guy? Jeff, whatever his name is. He was. I believe he's in Texas. He had that big group, and still kind of running the show from prison right now.
Mhm.
Man, somebody help me out with this guy's name. His father used to
I don't
wear shoes that said "Keep Sweet" at the bottom of them.
I don't know.
But his whole situation in MO was that he was abusing people and it was kind of kept on hush, right? And
Mm.
finally, when he started to get discovered and he started going on a run, here he is. He would what you would call living life, right? Now he's off in strip clubs and he's off in Disneyland. You know what I'm
Oh
saying? Now
Lord.
he's off doing all kinds of craziness because he been discovered that he's a PDF file and he's doing all this stuff to children and minors and people who have been mind washed. All of the stuff we just kind of really broke down and went through really explains the level of direction that Straitway will be handled, will be headed in, based on the level of control of the
Yeah.
minds, control of the numbness, right? Warren,
Mhm.
Jeff Warren, yep, Warren, that's right. So my thing is this, right? Motherhood as awakening, right? Well, from what I'm understanding, there was a bit of a come to, right, when it came to what you were experiencing in your journey, right, with Straightway. Can you tell us a little bit about what actually inspired you to pay attention to what was going on, right?
Yeah.
And somebody we got in the chat, I appreciate y'all in the chat saying Jeff Warren. Yep, Jeff Warren. Yes, absolutely. So what inspired you after all of this, right? What really
Mhm.
inspired you to really pay attention to what was going on within Straightway?
Yeah. I started to like see things differently after an event happened uh in another assembly. So not where we were at, but in another assembly. And it had got out, what actually happened. And I had that information already. I had already known what happened. And the leader that was over me at the time, he had just approached me one day randomly. I didn't ask him anything about it. We really didn't talk that much. When he was actually there, I let him be with his family. I really tried to stay out of his way. But he just came up to me and told me a complete lie about what happened on that other community, and I knew it was a lie. And I'm looking at the way he's telling me, and it's like really rehearsed. Like, I'm listening and I'm like, he's really lying, and it was weird because, like I said, I didn't ask. Nothing in me prompted him to come tell me this lie. He just came and did it. And so I
Right.
walked away really confused. Like, that was weird, and it was like the way that he told the lie, it was too good. Like, it was believable if I didn't already know the information. And so I just like, damn, what else has he lied to me about? I thought any type of lie is wicked, and that was just like a straight up one. It just really confused me. And so that was the beginning of what really kind of allowed me to start to pick my head up out the sand, if that makes sense. Then I began to like really, because this whole time, like, just my parenting, I was having a hard time juggling it all. I was having a
Right.
really hard time being a mother to my daughters that I know that they needed. Um, and parenting them through everything that we were in all throughout our time. And
Right.
so I started to notice that one of them in particular, she is just very bright and bubbly and just sunshine. She's just very different than me. She's just bubbly. And I kind of noticed that her spark had drastically gone down. And I noticed it right away, but I started to see that this is becoming like a consistent thing, and I knew that I was to blame for a lot of it because of how I was showing up as a parent to them, because of the state that my mind was in. Like, I couldn't be what she needed me to be. And I knew that. And it kind of scared me that the way I got to see it spilling onto her. So I really realized that, I was able to articulate the help that I needed. And I made the time to go do that, because it was even in that, I'm skipping over a lot, but the leader that was over me really wasn't there a lot. After a certain time, he just started to be gone consistently. So he would communicate, call me, you have access to me, things like that. But it didn't feel comfortable, and not like he made me uncomfortable. It just wasn't like I didn't feel like we really connected. Like, I outside
Right.
of just, this is my elder. It just wasn't. I don't know how to explain it, but I didn't really feel safe expressing things to him. Just because I didn't want to be a burden. I was very happy to be there, and I wanted to stay out of the way. I just wanted to show him that I'm grateful. I'm gonna just do what I need to do, and I'm out your way. I understand you have a large family. They need your focus. And so that was pretty much my intent and how I functioned around the leader at that time. And so I realized I needed to talk to him, and I talked to his wife first. And this goes back to that leadership being unqualified. Um, his wife is younger, and there was such a difficulty getting her to connect with me and the experiences I had because of the lack of experiences that she had. And that's not to take away from her childhood and the way she grew up and everything that she went through. It's just like you have no idea how to tell me something. There's no way that I need to be sitting with you for counsel on my life decisions. But that the way it was structured, their words had so much weight because this is an elder's wife, regardless of the obvious. It's like she's a wife, so she now has the same wisdom and anointing that he has, from the oil being poured on his head and the prayers and all the it's just all the things that you are, all the things put in front of you to kind of subject you to that. But I expressed
Right.
it to her, the need that I had, and exactly how I needed it to happen. And the way she listened to me, but again, she didn't know what to do with what I brought her. And so she did her best. I will say that. I think she did what she could, but in a safe space, I can say that that's not enough. I should be able to say that. And so that's pretty much what it was. She did what she thought was best, and we were waiting for the leader to come back so I could finally talk to him. And when he did, we had the conversation, and I pretty much laid it all out. I communicated to him that I had a need, and this is how I need for it to happen, because I'm concerned with where I'm at. Something needs to change because it's not getting better. And I was met with a, "You're good. No, you don't. You're fine here." It
Right.
was just completely dismissal of me saying that I had a need, like a serious need. Whereas if I asked for, I could have asked for a juicer, I could have asked for a MacBook, I could have done that, and I think I could have got it.
Right.
But the fact that this was my voice of concern and the way that it was dealt with, uh I realized that I did not have a real advocate or protection. And then I started to it that moment really kind of snapped something into me where I began to like recall past experiences with other leaders that I was under, and it's just like the lack of care, the mishandle, and so at this time it's like I'm trying to understand all this, but I still need to play the game to have a safe space physically. So I'm still performing. It's not hard to do, but it's like as time passes, there's things that I can't ignore. And it's like, whoa, this is not right. It completely flipped a switch, and
Mm.
my concern for my daughters, like, really was the main thing. And I'll say this, that a daughter models the self-worth that they have for themselves. It's based on their mothers, and what their mom tolerates and what they see. So girls that are raised in environments where their moms are silent, they're more likely to repeat that cycle. And this is literally, like, we know this to be true because we see the generational curses that we're attracted to these places trying to get rid of. And so it's like if I'm really trying to break the curse and I really have to do something different, and this is the place where I thought that was supposed to happen and it's not, I need to go. This isn't for me. And it was that simple. The decision was that simple, but the actual acting it out was not at all. It was a lot more. But it didn't take much to really realize. I think all the rationalizing why I needed to stay kept me there longer. But the actual moment that I knew it, everything changed after that. Like I was completely, it just shifted how I saw everything.
Right. Wow. Yeah. And that's one of the biggest things right there is that moment that shift took place. And of course, I know some questions about what year. I believe 2024 was the year where you were like, okay, it's time to go.
Yes,
And
December 2024 is when I left.
okay,
The
that's
end
good.
of the end of December.
Right. And so my thing is this, right? When it comes to an actual real need and being dismissed in the way that you're saying that you was, it's like, the level of attention that needs to happen when it comes to something that's a greater need, when it comes to something that's
Right.
a real need. And
Yeah.
some of these men are encouraged to have such a callous heart like that, to have a
Yeah.
heart where they can perform and just kind of whatever. Now, my thing is this, right? When you're in this, right, you spoke about it before. You've spoken about signing over your rights and the critical information that was within that document. And when you actually sign this document, did they sit down with you and did they have anybody go over this document with you, fine tooth comb it? Did they even tell you like, hey, based on your labor, based on your work, we're looking to have it to where you can have this amount, right? Or we'll be contributing this to your legacy, your children, your future, whatever it may be for your children. Was there any communication that they're looking out for the well-being of your future and your children's future and your generation's future? Or was it just like, hey, sign over your rights, you come and you contribute, throw in whatever we ask you to throw into the pot, and don't complain, submit or quit, whatever?
Mm.
Can you, what was that like?
Well, I'll say as far as like documents that I signed, I wasn't met with anything that required my signature, at the mercy of someone else. But I did have a will. I had a will where I felt the best decision at that time was to sign over everything that I had to, this leader that I trusted my life and my daughter's lives with. I made him pretty much the beneficiary of everything that I owned, which wasn't much. But I deemed him responsible for making decisions over everything concerning me and my children. I gave him that power because of that's how deep in I was.
Wow.
My mind at that time was I wanted to be on that community so bad. Because again, that was safety for me. That I think that's everybody's goal coming in is to be on a community. Ideally, I don't know about now, but before everything has come to be what it is, I don't know. Maybe for the people that still are there, that is their goal. But it was
Mhm.
definitely mine. Was to be on a community, like that was it. That means you made it. You're good now. That safety. I can
Right.
breathe. And
Security.
so,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. And so finally getting there, it was like my mind, because of my situation, was I just need to make sure that they know I'm loyal. Like that was pretty much my driving force for how I raised my daughters, how I trained them, I would say. And I use that word specifically, how I trained them, not raised them, but I trained them um, to be little obedient soldiers basically. And this is the way, this is what we need to do, and these are the men that are gonna keep us safe and help us do it. And so I was completely trusting and in my right mind willing to sign his name on or not sign, yeah, but allow him to be the one to make decisions over my life and past that if anything was to ever happen to me concerning my girls. I also signed away my car when I got there. I had a car that I owned. It was all mine. I didn't have any debt for it or anything. It was a really good little car. And I sit back and I think, and it's like, I don't really ever remember like a conversation being had. It just kind of happened.
Right.
Like I got there and it was like these papers and it was like, yeah, like I wasn't disagreeing, but it was never like, hey, I want to give my car, or hey, do you want to give us your car? It was just like, you here now. So boom, it was like the same day
Oh,
I
right.
signed it
Sign
over.
over asset.
Yeah, and I thought that was I contributed something. Everybody else
Right.
has all this money and stuff. I just got my hands, but you can have my car, you can have my juicer, you can have my blender. You just happy to be there, and so that's what it was.
Mhm.
That's something that um that's something I did, and there's
Right.
more. I'll say more so, like, there's decisions that I made there that I'm suffering for more now, in terms of not knowing the full information when it comes to things. And if you want to get into like documents and um things legally, that are
Mhm.
needed to navigate and function in society. um we went the no birth certificate route, and that's something that's been a very big priority of mine to undo. They told us kind of why not to do it, but it just stopped there. It didn't go further in terms of breaking down, like, if you're going to go down this route, here's what it really means. And so
Right.
for somebody young coming in, you don't know that you're not going to be able to do all these things without that. You're just listening to what you're told. Like, all the indoctrination behind it. Like, I don't want my children to be owned by the state. You think about that, but they don't
Right.
tell you the other side of it. And so, you know, things like that also kind of you suffer for what you don't know.
Right. And so, yeah, they don't tell you the other side of when you don't get those things. Like, how do you move them through the country? How do we move them throughout life? What
Right.
is the supporting documents that you would need to be able to help secure them in their future in the way that they can be able to live at peace? Because we can't say anything was absolute forever, but what they will sell you is a
Yeah.
dream of a thought that you're going to be there forever, that you're going to live
Yeah.
out the rest of your days there, and that you're not going to have any forms of disagreements with them,
Hmm.
and that you can never be removed based on those disagreements. Now, it'll be a little bit more difficult to do it if they were to have you as a trustee within a trust. Maybe it's an irrevocable trust and you're solid as a trustee. That's a little bit more of a process that they would have to go through in order to remove you from that land. But my biggest thing is that once you're hearing everything everything that you're speaking about now, witnessing it and experience it for yourself. There's a certain video that was recently dropped and put out. I think was actually just a shot, a dig, and honestly, it was just basically like a taunt. And I kind of want to get your thoughts on this because I know based on what you've said recently in regards to having time for deliverance and time to actually seek out for yourself to seek out what's going on within you, to have that purge from you, and being able to seek the Father and seek the kingdom. That stuff was very limited to none. You understand what I'm saying? And just the level of how much
It,
obligation that you had to the community.
yeah,
Yeah, go
I'll
ahead.
say it was very limited. But honestly, it's like it was hard to create an environment to muster up like this worship and praise that I see other people experiencing. Like, I'm tired, I'm stressed, I don't feel this joy that I'm expected to have every day, because you're uncomfortable with the reality that I'm not joyful all the time. I don't know where it says that that's a command that has to happen, you know,
Right.
for
Yeah.
you to be holy, but
Hmm.
just the fact that it's hard to reach. Even if you had the time, it's like there's so much to decompress. You got text messages, you have the chill, there is just the environment is very difficult. Even if you say, like, okay, well, you have your whole day when you're done doing dishes, but okay, inside of that, what it really looks like is I'm parenting. I got to spend time with my children. I got to do laundry, or I got to walk down to this sister's house to mop her floor because she just had a baby, or, there's, and then I got to go worship. It's like it's hard to turn off
Right.
the serving to even sit with yourself enough, because it's painful. Because if I go here to this place where I got to feel I know deep down that I'm not really going to get the answers for it. So I'm just going to focus on maintaining my physical body so I can keep showing up to just pretend, so that they don't treat me funny or talk about me on the Sabbath or, withhold things from me that make me feel safe and secure here.
Right. Absolutely. And so that's one of the things. I'm going to play this video real quick. That's profound. And what you just said there is impactful. I want to play this video, and I want to come back with a little bit of commentary in regards to that. Let's take a listen as to what they recently put out. And honestly, this is going to be interesting. You understand what I mean? All right.
I bet.
Chaos has erupted. Thousands of devils have filled the streets, demanding an end to Pastor Dowell and the Straitway Truth Ministry.
Protesters are urging New Yorkers not to seek deliverance or healing as the march pushes deeper into the city.
Why are you here today?
We can't let Straitway keep setting people free. They keep casting us out. Where are we supposed to live? Officials estimate over 10,000 devils have gathered here, calling Straitway a threat to their way of life. Straitway, when hell marches against you, you're doing something right.
So, as you can see, right, a shot, a dig. My thing is this, okay? They had to go and get the help of AI in order to try to defend themselves, because they getting beat down to a pope over there. Shout out to all the haters over there at Straitway. You understand what I'm saying? They getting beat down to a pope over there. So they had to run and go get some more AI to be able to help them out with maybe some PR, right? Some control, damage control. What is your thoughts on it? Because now we just got done talking about the deliverance and the level of time, and they're talking about some Straitway. You're gonna get set free here. This is the deliverance ministry. Like they're what we're doing out here is protesting for them to stop deliverance, right? I believe that I'm literally been talking about, listen, deliverance is great, but the conditions of y'all hearts, the leaders of y'all, the conditions of y'all hearts is absolutely terrible. It's trash. And you just got done speaking on the fact that you came with a serious situation and literally was brushed off, right? A serious need and literally was brushed off. The conditions of y'all hearts is wicked. It's you got all kinds of evil imaginations going on in y'all heart. And so the conditions of your heart is what the problem is. You casting out devils, I don't believe anybody complained about that. Not one time. But the conditions of your heart, the way that you're treating people is something that is a real problem. What saith you?
Yeah, I'll say just identifying that, like whenever people begin to speak out or when you see people come together that left, when you're leaving high control groups like that, the narrative is always to quickly make it like the devils are gathering, or it's these people coming together to stop the truth, and it's like that's not spiritual warfare. Okay, that's like, see that for what it is, which is, like you said, the damage control. And all it is just a manipulation tactic to discredit and to do that isolating that they do and really just prevent people from comparing stories. Like you're supposed to hear both sides and connect the dots. And that stops you from doing that. And this tactic keeps people from listening to their own nervous systems. It stops you from asking those questions. So that was just, it looks bad. It's like you're getting desperate, I hate to say that. It just actually I really don't. It's just what I mean by that is just sad. It's sad that it's still going this long and like this is what it come to. This is how, like, this is what they're doing, but yeah, deliverance alone is not enough. It's not, because that's the spiritual bypass. You using these rituals to avoid doing the deeper work. And in reality, it's the people in charge don't really know how to do the deeper work. They don't have understanding that is really needed, and you just label it as spiritual and wisdom, and in your mind that puts them somewhere where they're really not. You can bring them back down to like, these are just people, and not only that, these are wounded people that need to heal themselves. They need to heal their relationships. They need to reparent themselves. They can't deliver you, if they still need the work done too. We need more than deliverance.
Absolutely. Yeah, it takes more than deliverance, because if you are not ready, if you're spiritually and physically not ready, once you receive deliverance, we all know that the demons will come back even greater, right? You'll be dealing with even more. You understand what I'm saying? And so my thing is that when this has been obvious that deliverance is not the number one thing that you should be focused on. You should be focused on the way that other people treat other people within your ministry. You need to be focused on that, because that's what breeds a true space where deliverance can be maintained. Is when the people within the ministry understand how to treat one another. It's easier to maintain your deliverance. It's easier to walk in a more righteous way, right? And which most of these people that are still in this ministry, they're soon discover that they're constantly at war. They constantly are battling with someone outside of their own self and their own demons, their own mind that they're dealing with. They're battling with their brother and sisters who are going unchecked, who are doing things that are just completely unrighteous, unholy, right? And then if you go to try to check them about it, you yourself are going to get put on the hot seat. You're going to be put on the back. You're going to be one who's are roasted on an open fire, right? And so that does not breed a space where you can be able to be successful with your deliverance, where you can walk in your deliverance and you can walk righteous, holy, right? It don't really breed that space. It breeds a space where you got to go along to get along, where you're going
Yeah.
right. You're going to submit, and you're going to do whatever you need to do to suppress
Yeah.
whatever
And
you're dealing with internally.
yeah, if I could reframe it, because they'll clip that and be like, look, they saying you don't need deliverance. They saying don't do deliverance. So like I say,
Yeah.
it's like, it's not that it's not important. It's just the fact that that's one piece of a way bigger part of your healing journey. Because I like you
Mhm.
seeing people go through deliverance, but still not know how to regulate those emotions. Like you don't really learn how to love without control, or how to parent with presence. Like it's the spiritual healing has
Wow.
to be integrated with emotional healing too. Like I
Mm.
said before, humanizing the experience. Like they take reality out of it, and just everything is the book. Everything is the book. It doesn't matter what is going on around you right now. It doesn't matter what it looks like. It's just, what does the book say? And it's like, that is not necessarily bringing good result, because it's like, I'm a human too. I'm still feeling these things. And so you can make
Right.
deliverance this revolving door. And then I've seen it. Like, you just use that as a way to get by. You keep going back to get deliverance, but the root is never really addressed. And we need spaces where all parts of the body are cared for, not just the spirit. You have a soul and a body and a mind as well, and that's what's missing.
Right. Absolutely. That is what's missing. Now, that is obvious. That is obvious with this whole thing. And what I want to do real quick right now, because I know that we got a few things, and what Brother Steve is saying, as far as them being at that cardinal, right? They're thinking more of the flesh. They're warring with the flesh and things like that. But what they're so concerned about is what you can see and not what you cannot see, right? The spiritual battle that's taking place within you, that you need to cleanse yourself, that others may taint or hinder from growth, things like that. And so I'm glad you reframed that, because my thing is this, right? Deliverance is extremely important, but your environment after your deliverance is even the more so important. Your environment, how toxic it can be, right?
Mm-hmm.
one thing I want to do here, we got about 5 minutes till our 2 hour mark.
Yeah, and I'm okay with a part two. I think, we could put something
Mhm.
in the works for later on this week, because it's hard to cram everything
Absolutely.
into a short time.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. So I know that for sure, because what we covered here today, all right, is just the surface level of
Yes.
your journey, of your testimony. And honestly, it
Mm,
confirms and it also exposes and reveals some of the truth as to what we've all been talking about. It just even more brings more witness to it, right? And more validity to it, but also exposing more on the women's end of what's
yeah.
going on. You know what I mean? And how the women are doing, because I can't tell their story. The women
Yeah.
have to be brave enough to tell their own story within Straitway and how they were treated and how they felt being ostracized or being beaten into submission to a point to where they had to just whatever, they just let it all go, right? And so, but the next time you come back on, I want to dive deeper into unpacking more of the relationship once you got into Straitway, your marriage, things like that, right? I want to
Okay.
unpack that more and how that took place. You know what I mean? I want to break it down for the viewers more as to what took place there, what
Mm,
happened with once you entered in, and things like that. I
okay.
want to really unpack that as well, and I think it'll be great for a part two, because that would be even more impactful,
Yeah.
right? And how where you're currently at, all those things. We're going to unpack that with part two, and because I know we're coming up on a 2 hour there. So, is there anything that you would like to add on to this part one of the testimony? Anything you want to add on to it?
Yeah, we can clip this part. It's not necessarily related to the what we're talking about today, but I really do want to take some time to like address some things that Mitchell has said. Again, because we're talking about women having a voice when it was taken
Right.
away. This man told me to stay in touch. Mitchell, you watched me serve your family. You watched that. You watched me love and care for your children. Um, so I just really question, like, how can you stand behind whispers and accuse me of being a thorn in your side? Because it's like, we can tell the truth, really, is that you're tired. You checked out a long time ago. I saw you holding spiritual authority without emotional maturity to lead. I saw that. I saw how you play both sides and present yourself as caring, but you really do sow division. Um, that's not leadership to me. That's not. I really do think that that's being. I'm just gonna be honest, because I have a right to. Um, you speak about me to others because you too passive to face me directly. You have my phone number. You told me to communicate, and I've reached out. I've done that, and you didn't respond. So the smiling in my face and then slicing my name behind my back is that's manipulation, and it's like I can see the wrestling with the desire to leave. I don't think you've made peace with the cost that it really takes to be free. And so I see how you attack others that are brave enough to do it. Because you know that I was never a thorn. And you talk enough to a lot of people um, to where there would be witnesses for that. Like someone else would be a witness for that. I ask, where are the witnesses to me being a thorn in your side and to me bringing no value to the community? Where are the witnesses? Because even your own wife said something completely different, um, in tears when I left. So I think I was a mirror, and because I'm no longer reflecting your image back to you, you're uncomfortable, and I'm it's I'm not here to be liked. I'm here to be free. So for the people that still listen to you and still follow you, I urge y'all to look deeper, because you're not being led, you're being controlled, and you're being pacified. And You have the ability to make your own decisions, without the influence of someone else. So that's what I encourage for everybody. And even with all of that you had to say, this is a ministry where it's like you're encouraged to return curses and speak curses. I've seen people wishing death. I've seen it happen. I've heard it happen. But my words that I'm gonna say is that I still love you. I still have a love for you. I still have a love for your family. I still have a love for um many of the people in that place that know where my heart was towards them. It's still there. I still love you. I still care for you. And it's very sad that an idea can come in between what we know to be true. So that's what I want to end tonight on. And I look forward to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are some good words right there. I think that, those are some great words to leave this one off on. And, of course, we hit the 2 hour mark that we have for you. And I really appreciate your testimony here today. I mean, I think this is definitely profound and people will definitely be set free and understanding the ins and outs. I don't even do the men, right? The husbands out there. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all need to tune in to part 2 because that's going to be powerful. But also, this right here will give you more insight as to what your woman would have to face, what your wife would have to face when joining this particular so-called ministry. Okay. What she would have to endure, what she would have to face, and her plight. So when you see her tired, you see the weirdness on her face, you got to understand that it is real. Not only are they battling physically and doing physical labor, but they're also battling spiritually. They also are having to do battle with the individuals who are telling them what to do because they're doing it out of malice and ill will in their heart. And so, this gives you a bit of insight as to what you should expect and how you should treat your woman while she's there. And
Yeah.
if you're there and if you
Yeah.
should go ahead and leave, you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
I will say shame on you men. Shame on you men that see your wives suffering. You see their health deteriorating. You see their posture change. You see them suffering and you look the other way. You choose to write it off as go get deliverance. You shoo them off to talk to other women that they know don't connect with them or they're not qualified to deal with them. Like you know them, you chose them, they chose you, and shame on y'all for the suffer that they go through that you can clearly see, and you choose to keep them in that environment. You choose to have them raising your children in that state and just turn a blind eye. That's very sad and it's very shameful. And I just really hope that something takes place in the mind of these people, because it is whatever you want to call it, a spell, a bewitchment, a blind. There is a veil that goes over you and changes everything. So I just hope that you don't question the critical thinking that's still there, because that's the very thing that like will help you come to, and make the right decisions for your family that you're charged to care for.
Absolutely. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Well, it was a joy having you. It was a joy having you, Ray. I really appreciate you having the braveness, the guts to come out and actually tell some of your testimony here. And like I said, this is just scratching the surface, y'all. This is just
Definitely.
confirming a lot and also revealing even more behind the scenes in regards to things. And honestly, we got even more to go through and unpack. We're gonna do it in a part 2, because we have reached our 2 hour mark for right here, and we're gonna unpack it in a part 2. And honestly, we're gonna bring it hard. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to a commercial break. Man, y'all show Ray some love. Listen, I'm gonna drop her link in the chat for her YouTube channel. You guys go and support her because she's doing a lot of great things when it comes to your children and how to deal with them. This is one of her expertise. I've listened to quite a few of her videos already. She gives a lot of great knowledge as to what it is. I mean, honestly, you got to learn some things. Sometimes you got to receive what people are saying. And so that's one of the best things you can do is seek out the knowledge of somebody who's actively had the experience and have went through a few things, and they wish to share that experience with you, whether it be them failing at something or whether them be they're succeeding and very successful at it. But their failures are the things that I want to know. I don't know about y'all. I could care. I mean, listen, you succeeded at it. Good for you. I can celebrate with you and your success, but I want to know what your failures were so that way I can grow faster, so I can get better, so I can mature faster. What are the things that I need to look out for? Now, she goes over a lot of stuff that you need to look out for and how you need to build. It's a great channel. So I'm going to grab her channel. If you guys have not followed her just yet, you guys need to go follow her and take your time to go and check out a few of her videos. Hold on a sec. Let me open this thing up. Okay. Y'all bear with me for a minute. I'm going to drop the link to her channel in the chat. Go ahead.
Speak while you do that.
Yeah. Plug yourself in. Yeah, plug yourself in.
Yeah. You spoke well. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm just in the building stages of this platform, y'all, and it's really a space where I'm creating something that it's like I don't want to survive anymore. I want to restore. I want to restore for me. I want to restore for my daughters, and this goes beyond me because it's bigger than me. It doesn't just stop there. I have a care for all of these women that are going through the same things, and these daughters being born, these sons being born. This is information that we all need. And so to be able to offer tools and language and a space for that, I think is going to be something really special. And this is also means to support me and my daughters financially for us to finally live the life that we've been so deserving of. But it took me a while to step into that and believe that and say that because of the space that I came from, where it was just being very content with the lack thereof. So I appreciate y'all's support in any kind of way, but yeah, I really enjoyed tonight. I really look forward to part 2. Thank you for having me.
Great. That's beautiful. All right. So the link is in the chat, y'all. Y'all go show us some love, show us some support, and we're going to see you back here. I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. I was so excited for this interview leading up to, I was like, man, I can't wait, man. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, me too.
I was so excited for this interview. Absolutely. So y'all go show us some love and support over at our channel, and we will be back. Now, stick around, okay, y'all? Stick around because we will be. Thank you, Raye, for giving your testimony. Because we will be disclosing, we'll be unboxing or unpacking a lot more of the stolen valor situation. So after this commercial break, I'm going to be going over some more of the accusations of stolen valor and honestly unpacking more of what the history is. Dowell says that I don't understand what the DD-12, right? What that is all about. He's saying that I don't get it. I don't understand it. I bet Warpig don't know what I bet he don't know what that is. I'm like, okay, right. So we got a little bit more of his information for the MSO in regards to his status in the military and what he truly was. Was he truly 82nd Airborne? Was he truly that? What was he really? Was he a signal soldier, a mere signal soldier? We're gonna go over that and more, y'all. Okay, so we're gonna unpack that. Let's go ahead after this commercial break. All right. Tuning into the Warsheep podcast, where the real ones, they already know that this just ain't a show, y'all. This is a movement. Introducing y'all to the official gear of the chosen ones, of the warriors, of the sheep, of the ram, of those who are go-getters, of Yah's real soldiers, Warsheep and Shepherd Code. Y'all land on my website here. You can scroll down. You can see I got a collection here. You can choose your weapon, y'all. You can scroll down even further. You see that I have some things going on here. You can be able to sign up for. Also, we got featured items, right? Featured products. You choose your weapon and how you would like to represent the Father. Me, myself, we got a newcomer that just arrived, y'all. That's right. Called Servants of Yah, 100% brew. That's right. 100% brew. Hebrew, 100%. GMO free. Contents may vary in shape, in color, and beliefs, as you already know. All your ingredients is according to the fruits of the spirit. So let's get it, y'all. Get you about 50 of them joints minimum. Represent the Father in the ways that we know best, right? In style, in custom apparel. You already know what it is. Designed in-house by yours truly. As many of y'all know that here at the Warsheep podcast, we don't cry about a struggle. We conquer it. And that we don't fold under pressure. We praise under pressure, y'all. 1 Thessalonians 5:18. Warsheep and Shepherd Co. ain't just for anybody, y'all. It's for the called. It's for the chosen. It's for those who truly are of the Most High Yah. The Warsheep, the Ram, the Ewees, the ones who are out here who are elegant. Women who are exceptional, and the righteous alpha men. This apparel represents that wholeheartedly, customly. So y'all go ahead and head on over to Warsheep and Shepherd Co. That's warsheepshepherdco.shop. I said warsheepshepherdco.shop. It should be in my description box as well as in the description box below. Y'all can also roll over to my shop right here on YouTube. We got plenty of custom designs over there. Get y'all about 50 minimum, y'all. Represent the Father in a way that you know best, right? With custom designs coming from the Warsheep and Shepherd Co. And now we're going to go ahead and head back to the truth that they don't want you to hear, y'all. All right, man. Beautiful testimony coming from Raye. And what she's been through in her nearly 2 decades of being in servitude of Straitway, straight gay Truth Ministries. You understand what I'm saying? Truth Ministries. Shout out to Mitch. Shout out to brother Daniel. They come up with all these different jokes on the Straitway thing. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and get into this thing. Now, when it comes to the stolen valor, I want us to get into this song, y'all. You know that we still here talking about this and discussing this particular topic on an infamous and notorious Now, my thing is this, right, y'all? When I'm looking at this thing, right, and I'm listening to a few things, honestly, we had a conversation about this particular praise and worship song that they posted over in Straitway. You understand what I mean? That they created. It's AI generated, just so you know. It's very good, but AI generated songs are praise and worship songs in regards to some of their leaders in Straitway. You understand what I'm saying? So I had to go and do my investigations, y'all, on this whole situation. So I ran my ass on over to Dowell's channel to check out exactly what was going on. And honestly, I am not only am I appalled, but I'm just like, wow, you guys y'all don't quit. Y'all don't stop. Daddy Dowell's got y'all working full time. And it's very interesting as to why y'all see and feel like you got to do this. Like, why do you feel the need to make praise and worship songs? Now, there's a few things about this particular praise and worship song, right, of Dowell that I found to be very interesting, y'all. And the reason why, I'm going to go over the reasons why. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and pull that thing up. There's a few things that I find very interesting as to what the song is saying and how they're praising him and worshiping the Almighty, the great and magnificent Dowell. You know what I'm saying? And so, listen, there's nothing wrong with showing honor, but honestly, tell you the truth and showing respect. But tell you the truth, sometimes it's just a little over the top. When it's a little over the top, listen, you should not be sitting here trying to make songs about the man. You understand what I'm saying? Like, honestly, Peter didn't even have the joy of that. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. This makes no sense. Let's listen in as to what this song was saying. Now, there's a couple of them that was made. There was one that raps and the one that sings. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to listen to the one that sings because I want to show you guys a difference between the two, okay, that I've noticed. All right, that I've noticed. Let's get to it.
Pastor Dowell, from fire to flame, left Babylon's war. Now we preach in the name, from soldier to shepherd. Now we lead in the flock, building straightway on the solid rock. Truth in his mouth and the ruach his guide. No turning back, got the kingdom in his stride. From the front lines to the most high's call. Now we stand tall, he answered when the Holy Spirit of Yah called. From uniform to priesthood, from war to the word, he laid down man's rank, now he speaks Yah's word. A living witness that the Spirit still moves. Straitway was built cause he refused to lose. This ain't for applause, it's obedience, not pride. A man led by Yah with the ruach his guide. And if you ever doubt what true strength looks like, look to Pastor Dowell, soldier turned Israelite.
So if you doubt what true strength looks like, you need to do what? Turn to Pastor Dowell, soldier turn Israelite. If you doubt what true strength looks like, you need to turn to Pastor Dowell. You understand what I'm saying?
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I'm just very curious, right? In regards to that lyric, that particular bar right there. Turn to Pastor Dowell. If you doubt what true strength looks like. I find that to be very interesting. I mean, don't turn to Yeshua. Don't turn to the scriptures and don't pray. Don't do any of those things. Yah forbid you start praying on your own and start reading for yourself, right? Instead of just doing whatever you're told. You need to turn to Pastor Dowell. You need to turn to Dowell. You understand what I'm saying? The level of reverence, the level of praise is appalling. Like, first you got guys saying stuff like this.
I love you. You gave me life. You gave me life.
Now you got guys singing songs like this, writing songs, writing lyrics, doing AI, putting together an AI song just to praise one man, who hasn't done anything for their life, who has not done anything to redeem them. You understand what I'm saying? Done nothing, literally. But yet the praise, the worship is crazy. You understand what I'm saying? We got to know when things are going a little too far, right? Let's continue to listen in as to what this song had to say in its lyrics. Let's go. Singing the Pastor Dowell. This is crazy. They're going to be singing this in the dining hall, y'all. They're going to be singing this in the tabernacle. You know, let's go.
Pastor Dowell, from fire to flame, left Babylon's war. Now we preach in the name, from soldier to shepherd. Now we lead in the flock, building straightway on the solid rock. Truth in his mouth and the ruach his guide. No turning back, got the kingdom in his stride. From the front lines to the most high's call. Now we stand tall, he answered when the Holy Spirit of Yah called. From uniform to priesthood, from war to the word, he laid down man's rank, now he speaks Yah's word. A living witness that the Spirit still moves. Straitway was built cause he refused to lose. This ain't for applause, it's obedience, not pride. A man led by Yah with the ruach his guide. And if you ever doubt what true strength looks like, look to Pastor Dowell, soldier turned Israelite.
That's amazing. That is amazing. Look to Pastor Dowell if you want to know what true strength looks like.
This ain't for applause, it's obedience, not pride. A man led by Yah with the ruach as guide. And if you ever doubt what true strength looks like, look to Pastor Dowell, soldier turned Israelite.
This is crazy.
Something is wrong here. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
Thank you very much for your time. And
Now, one thing that this song definitely said was that he was from the front lines. From the front lines to the pulpit, from the front lines, saying that he put down man's rank, saying that he is the epitome of all strength, and that you need to look to him. And or if you're weary, if you're suffering, you need to look to Daddy Dowell. You understand what I'm saying? How did he okay this? How did he give the okay for something like this to be made in his image and his name and his likeness? For this right here to come out. You understand what I'm saying? Giving him all this praise and accolades, right? In regards to something he don't deserve. Because honestly, Yeshua is the only one who I would look to for strength, for guidance. You understand what I'm saying? Prayer is what you need to be looking to if you feel like you need strength, not a man. You understand what I'm saying? And so for you to make a song, right, and put this out for the public to consume is completely arrogant and is prideful and it's egotistical and it's boastful on your end. Somebody else making this on your behalf, that's kind of giving me some homosexual vibes. You understand? That's giving me some real suspect vibes, bro, for somebody to sit here and go out their way to make songs like this for their leadership. It's getting real suspect. Like, what's really going on here? Because y'all, this got to be your daddy right here. This Daddy Dowell. You know what I'm saying? You got to get his song right. And then not only that, it's AI generated, because I don't believe that they have this much talent and also, you know, production. I mean, yeah, you mean they do have some good songs over there coming from Baldwin, but coming from Priest or whatever his name is. But no, they don't have a guy who can be able to sing this type of tune. You understand what I'm saying? My thing is this, right? This is getting real strange, y'all. This is getting real odd. This is really their daddy. This is really their father. Like, he birthed them. And they're really giving him a lot of praise in regards to things. They've replaced the Ruach. They replaced the Ruach HaKodesh. They replaced the Holy Spirit. They replaced Yeshua. They replaced prayer, right? And told you that this man is the epitome of strength, and you need to look to him in order to understand what real strength is. That is real kind of suspect, yo. It's kind of gay, bro. And you know, my thing is this, right? I'm not the one over here making songs like this about another man, singing about another man. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not over here doing that. You feel me? And my thing is this: we were having a laugh about this, and we were saying things like, of course, they would have to memorize this song, you know, word for word in order to enter into the tabernacle. You got to sing the anthem of Dowell. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, who okayed this? Daddy Dowell gave the okay, gave the green light. Somebody need to smack some sense into him, because he made a terrible decision. You understand what I'm saying?
Goddamn daddy! Yeah! I'm gonna show you how to smack this motherfucker. You gonna give back everything you took. That's how you smack. You gonna give back every fucking thing you took.
I'm really trying to understand the point of making a song about a man who you don't really even know the truth about. And then you're saying something about his rank. You're talking about him being this epitome of all strength and all holiness and all this other stuff, man. Listen, y'all don't know who the scribes and Pharisees were. Y'all don't think that the people in that day spoke about the scribes and the Pharisees in the same light, in the same vein? Do you believe that, you know, him being this type of person is going to garnish him or gain him the kingdom? I don't believe so. I believe mostly that based on what I've read. Okay, now here's what I know. Here's what I do know, right? Based on what I've read and the testimonies coming from Yeshua, from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, our brothers, the disciples, that Jesus focused his attention on those who are broken. And since he focuses attention on those who are broken, understanding the conditions of our heart is so much more important than traditions that we keep. We are too hung up, and it's the reason why I present myself in the way it is. You're too hung up on a manner of life. You're too hung up on the flesh and the things of the flesh. You're too hung up on those things than to understand the condition of your ministry and how their heart is tainted. They're full of bitterness. They're full of greed. They're full of jealousy, strife, contention, lies, gossip. Your ministry is full of that, but they're making songs like this, praising you and telling you that you're the epitome of all strength. That makes absolutely no sense. Like, y'all don't know how to do no good over there, huh?
Don't you know no good?
My thing is this, right? Don't you know no good, Straitway? Don't you know that you should not be praising and worshiping a man? That you should not be building up temples and idols, right? Not only that, this is the same man who's saying he's a part of the 82nd. We gotta respect you. We got reason to believe that his credentials in the army is not what he claims them to be. That they are actually pretty much lies. You know what I'm saying? That he's putting a little bit more sauce on his credentials, right? And he's trying to say that, I know I said DD12. I was thinking like D12, the group. I meant DD 214. Okay, he said he making claim as far as the DD 214, which you're getting very close to being able to get that DD 214. I'm so glad that Dowell mentioned it. Oh, you understand what I'm saying? I'm so glad he mentioned it. I'm so glad he mentioned the DD 214. And then, you know what? I had to, of course, start to get some people on it to see if we can go ahead and submit a FOIA request to be able to receive that DD 214. Now, I'm just putting out an edict now before I go over this information that my brother Odell was able to dig up, okay, because he was just doing a little bit of poking around. Shout out to my brother, man. Before we go over this information, y'all, I'm going to put an edict out there for Dowell, and I know you're watching. Release your DD 214. Release it. Give it. Just give it to the public. In fact, give it to me. I want to be able to fine tooth comb your DD 214 to see what your MOS truly was. What was what was really going on with you in the Army? What was really going on with you? Whatever you're pushing off on the public. Now, this stuff right here can get you in real trouble. This can get you. You got to understand, y'all. Stolen valors in the military, outside the military, it doesn't matter. It can get you in some real trouble. That's a felony charge for those who are in the military and they have stolen valors, meaning they've made themselves to be something that they're not. Okay, and that's a real issue. Now, if we manage to get a hold of this DD 214, okay, submitted through FOIA request, right, Freedom of Information Act, and we receive this DD 214, and we bring out the truth that this is another problem when it comes to Dowell and his lies and the way that he wants to put on a public persona, but truly he's not that way. He ain't really he's not like that. You understand what I'm saying? And so my thing is this, right? We're going to go over a few things in regards to what we've been able to find so far while we're waiting on this DD 214. Okay. What we've been able to locate so far is what we're going to reveal to the public here today. And now we're getting closer. We're getting closer. You might just want to go ahead and release your DD 214. Beat us to the punch, yo. Beat us to the punch. Save face. Do what you got to do. Because, you shouldn't have mentioned it, first of all, right? You shouldn't have mentioned it. You should have just ate that one. You know what I mean? Like, dang, they discovered that I was, airsoft Dowell and I didn't really know shit. Dang, they discovered it. You understand what I'm saying? You should have just ate that and not mention the DD 214, not mention, hey, I bet you War Pig doesn't know what a DD 214 is. You probably shouldn't have mentioned it at all, because now we're on your giant hind brown parts on your hindquarters and pulling your MOS. your history in the military, and now we're actually are going down this trail of exposing who you really are, to the public in regards to your military service. One thing is that it's okay that you were who you were in the military. It's not okay to come out and lie about it. As my brother Daniel would say, it's not okay to come out and lie about it. It's not okay to put on more sauce and try to act like or pretend like something is what it's not. You understand what I'm saying? It's not okay to do that. But it is okay to say that, hey, I was just a simple signal soldier in the military. I'm not very decorated, whatever it may be, yada yada yada, so on and so forth, this, that, and the third. Okay. Now, poking around a bit on the 82nd Airborne, looking at public and journals and such, Woodrow is not showing up. So he's not currently showing up as somebody who was ever even involved or a part of the 82nd Airborne. And this is based on research that was done by my good brother Odell, right? So he's done research on this, and he's not popping up as someone who's ever been a part of the platoon 82nd Airborne, right? Assume he is pre-Desert Storm, born in 1966, assuming at 18, he went into the Army 1984 and likely left at around 1989/90. Okay. Looking in that time frame, he is never mentioned Desert Storm 1990 through 92 when I was in. Okay. He's never mentioned. So in the 82nd Airborne. So they're finding no records on him in the 82nd Airborne, right? It is possible he was in the time frame of 1992, 1996, 98, and nothing is coming up either in public journalistic sources. It is possible he never served. Okay, dot dot dot. Is it possible? He doesn't mention a MOS. Okay, he doesn't mention an MOS, a graduating class, his AIT / boot camp, right? Mentioning those things, not mentioning it, right? Did mention he was hold on, wait. He did mention that he was stationed in Germany, right? Before, and talked that up like he knows what it's all about, right? Or he knows like living overseas, right? Living on a U.S. Army military base where it is just like a base in the USA. My nephew did 3 tours in Afghanistan and was at that same army base in Germany 4 different times at around 6 months duration for each one. Okay. Going to grab the generations 82nd Airborne and have them catalog one of these weekends where I have the few hours. Okay. Absolutely. And so, of course, reaching out to him, I believe that this right here is a communication that has been done in regards to this photo, right? And he's asking about the photo. What's going on with the photo here? What, this is Dowell, right? And the picture that he has posted, or he's posted before, in regards to whatever platoon he's a part of right here. Okay. Now, what do they have to say in regards to this photo, right? The photo appears to show U.S. Army soldiers, potentially based on a Reddit post featuring a similar image of that 1st Battalion, 17th Infantry, right? The regiment, Buffaloes from the early 1990s, which, that would be accurate, right? The regime is part of the 1st Cavalry Division, nicknamed First Team, okay? And one of the most decorated combat divisions in the U.S. Army. The unit is headquartered at Fort Hood, okay, in which he's talked about being in part of Fort Hood. He said that he was stationed in Fort Hood, right, which is here in Texas, right? It has a long and a distinguished history, okay? participating in conflicts from World War II to the current war on terror. Okay. So now it's just talking about the platoon itself. Now, I didn't mention necessarily the 82nd Division. Okay. It didn't mention 82nd. Okay. It's 17th Infantry Regiment, the regime 17th Infantry. Okay. 1st Battalion, which was kind of morely established here in this photo. They said it was established in the early 1990s, which is pretty accurate. Okay. Which is, yeah, it's pretty accurate. You know, as around the time he must have left or was serving during that time, things like that. So it's not saying anything in regards to it being 82nd Airborne. Okay, it's not saying anything like that. It's just speaking about it being, I don't know, obviously what it is, right? These telling what it is and the history of that particular 17th Infantry Regiment, right? Now I've heard him talk about first team, right? I've heard him mention it during live streams, right? During drunk talk, where he'll talk about first team and things like that, right? But you know, as far as the division, it was always him speaking about him being a part of the 82nd Airborne. Now, according to this, it's not saying that this is an 82nd Airborne battalion, okay? It's not saying that these soldiers are part of 82nd Airborne, okay? They're saying that this is a 17th Infantry regime, okay? And they didn't say there was an 82nd Airborne. Now, his credentials, all of that stuff, he doesn't really post about it. He doesn't really say it. I mean, of course, you got wooden plaques that kind of speak about some things as far as jump class, things like that. That's cool. Whatever. Sounds great. You know what I'm saying? But there was a wooden plaques. Where's your true decoration? Where are your real pendants? Where are all that stuff, right? Likely he's signal and attached to an infantry unit. Yeah, so it's speculation, right? And there's accusations here now of him ever even being 82nd Airborne. Dow was 82nd and Main Street Airborne Bar and Grill. That's a good one. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, boom. I told he was lying. Yeah. So that's the thing though, right? Because it never really mentioned 82nd. It just said 17th Infantry regime. Now, some of this stuff that it's talking about, right, with this message, he's spoken about it. Like I said, first team, he's spoken about that. He's spoken about being in Fort Hood, okay, being stationed in Fort Hood. He's spoken about that, and I would distinctively remember that. But 82nd Airborne has never been a 17th Infantry regime that he's spoken about. It's always been 82nd Airborne. He's always been airborne. You understand what I'm saying? So, image search, nothing about 82nd Airborne, right? If this is accurate, his most likely MOS is 31C, signal channel radio operator. Okay. Now that's my thing though, right? As we continue to search, right? As we continue to pull up more and more information in regards to this, right? Now, I'm just gonna put this out here. Down before we actually hone in on the meat and potatoes and peel back all the layers, before we receive your DD214, before we start to really peel back your MOS and start to see exactly what this said, just bring your DD214 out. Just reveal it to the public. Just come out and actually tell the folks who you really are in regards to your military service. The same military service that you hang so proud and true on, right? They don't want to know that they're going to want to know if you're a fraud or not. They're going to want to know the truth. You understand what I'm saying? Because this right here could be federal charges. Well, maybe not federal. If I'm wrong, correct me. But this is definitely felony charges, right? In regards to stolen valor. And you have to understand that you can get into a lot of trouble, in regards to this. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm pretty sure you do. Well, you can get in trouble, right? And that squeaky clean, background check that you talk about, that you talk up so much, it can be real different. It can be looking real different for you. If they find out that you're sitting here claiming 82nd Airborne and that you're giving yourself all of these accolades that you never received and earned, when really you were part of the 17th Battalion, you're part of the 17th regime. You're a simple radio signal soldier, which is totally fine, which is respectable. But what's not respectable is that you're adding more sauce onto it, right? That's too much sauce. You understand what I'm saying? You're adding a lot of sauce into it. And so that's the problem, right? Because you want to make yourself out to be something that you're not. A bigger man. Oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this and that. But truly, listen, you're not. You ain't like that. You just ain't. And my thing is this, right? We don't need to be out here trying to fake the funk. We need to be telling the truth about what we truly were. You're giving more honor and more respect because, oh yeah, he's 82nd Airborne. He's completed this many jumps, but you never seen battle. And there's speculation that you've never even been a part of the 82nd Airborne. You understand what I'm saying? Were you honorably discharged from the military? Or were you dishonorably discharged? I can't really see what you could do to be dishonorably discharged, right? Because of the simple fact that, listen, it ain't much to it. You understand what I'm saying? It ain't much to it when you're getting down. Like, listen, I want to know for sure, right? Exactly what's going on. And I'm pretty sure the public and the people that you've told these lies to, if they're truly lies, they will want to know too, right? In the 1990s, the U.S. Army installation, now known as Fort Johnson, formerly Fort Polk in Louisiana, was home to several major units, with the primary resident unit being 5th Infantry Division, stationed at Fort Polk until inactive 1992, known as the Red Diamond Division. Okay, known as the Red Diamond Division. Heavy machine infantry with tanks, Bradley fighting vehicles, and supporting elements. Key role in training and forced projection during the Cold War and post-Cold War transition. Participated in Operation Desert Storm, elements deployed. Signal soldiers at Fort Hood or Fort Polk in the 1990s. During the early to mid 1990s, Signal MOSs would have been 31 Series MOS, 31C Signal Channel Radio Operator, 31F/V Tactical Communications Systems Operators, 31P/S Long Range or SATCOM operations. These soldiers would be assigned to Division Signal Battalion until 1992. Regimental Signal Troop, 2nd ACR, JCTC, Signal Support Teams. Okay. And so we know guards, installation, signal support. Most likely he was attached to an infantry unit. Signal channel radio operator. All right. Signal channel radio operator. Display potential records. Now, these are potential records here in regards to the armed forces, right? Now, this is the AAD, right? This is the AAD for Charles Dowell, and whatever could be found on him, right, which should show up in these records. Like, there's no reason why there shouldn't be much of nothing in these records, right? But it should show up. As much information that they can give, they should be giving it here, right, publicly, without having to file a FOIA request and receiving the more in-depth information. Okay, so they should be able to give as much as they possibly can. Application SS5 files 1936 through 2007, last name C through D in the series. Okay, information files. Yep. Documents documenting the period 1936 through 2007. Record group 47. You search for Charles Dowell. A first name contains all values Charles. So everything's going to be pertaining to him, and as well as his birthday, right? Okay, his birthday as well, 1996. Okay, you found no potential records, so there is absolutely no potential records in this particular search, right? Total records in this file, none. There's zero, right? Out of 8,837,364 possible hits, we got none. There's no hits in the AAD. Okay, there's no hits in the AAD. So I'm really confused as to what's going on here, because they should have some hits, right? If your search is query has returned more than 1,000 potential records, neither of the sort. Okay, so we're having some issues with validating this. You understand what I'm saying? We're having some issues potentially of validating his claims. Okay. And finding the proper information for him for these things that he's talking about, that he's done in the army, is definitely getting more suspicious. Like, his position is getting very frail. You understand what I'm saying? I have to do a FOIA request. Yes, FOIA request would help. Unless he's just under some federal hold, unless they got him on a federal level to where publicly you can't really see much. Is he CIA? CIA op cult leaders. I mean, Jim Jones. Yep. Koresh. I mean, is he CIA? Now, this is something that I've actually thought about. It ran across my mind as well. I'm not saying that he is. Y'all got to understand, when I'm going through this stuff right here, this stuff is in question, right? Stuff is in question. His MOS is not he's not really speaking about it. There's holes in his story in regards to it. We have some information in regards to what photo that is, doing a photo search, understanding what army, what battalion that may be. They, based on the search, they're saying it's 17th Infantry. It's not saying it is 82nd Airborne. There's a lot of things that's not adding up. There's no records in the AAD in regards to a Charles Dowell. So it's a lot of things that's not adding up, right? And so as we're getting closer to peeling back even more layers, you understand what I'm saying? As we peeling back more layers, you got to understand, we are looking to really discover the truth in it, right? Discover what the truth really is. Are you 82nd Airborne? Are you 82nd Airborne? Were you sergeant in the military? What position did you truly hold? Did you see any real airtime? Did you see any real battle? Right? Were you truly on the front lines, like the song told us you were? It said that you came from the front lines to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Like, were you truly on the front lines, Dowell? You know what I'm saying? So the team over at Discord and myself, and we've been looking into this these claims, right? Especially when he mentioned his DD-214. I'm like, okay, DD-214. Well, we got something to mess with. So I immediately ran my ass over there to the team Discord over there and was like, listen, let's see what we can get our hands on this DD-214. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what we can be able to dig up on this particular situation. And as my brother Daniel did a recent interview and actually disclosed that a lot of what he's talking about, he's lying about it, because his credentials does not show in his uniform. His uniform does not show his true credentials, because guess what? He's not very decorated. You understand what I'm saying? So since he's not very decorated, of course, we know for sure that has not seen battle. So the song said the front lines to the Most High. You understand what I'm saying? Which is false and fictitious. You sold a dream. He was never on the front lines. He never even seen battle. He was a simple signal soldier. But you got a song out here praising him, right? Saying that he went from the front lines to the Most High. That's very interesting. But we're the devils. We're the demons. We're the ones, y'all. We're protesting against them doing deliverance over there at Straitway. That's what we're doing, right? Because, of course, in Canada, Steve is such a numbnuts. He don't understand his asshole from his mouth. You understand what I'm saying? So he'll make a AI video talking about that we're protesting against them doing deliverance. Nobody cares about them doing deliverance, Steve. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody cares about the way that they're treating people. Why don't you make something that's worth actually using? They didn't took it up a whole nother level, going to AI and trying to gain some ground because they out here getting stumped out. You understand what I'm saying? They had to go to AI. They had to resort to AI in order to try to make and save face. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, getting stumped out. So you gotta rely on some artificial intelligence. But guess what? Y'all thought y'all ate with that, when really it just made y'all sound idiotic and dumb because you're not listening to the truth. The truth is that no one cares about y'all doing deliverance. Please cast out them devils. Do what you gotta do, right? You still can do it, even though y'all wicked, right? You still can do it. You can still cast out devils, and you wicked as all hell. You understand what I'm saying? You can do it and not be truly serving the Father. You understand what I mean? Like, you can do it in the name of Yeshua, in the name of Jesus. It's not you who's doing it. It's Yeshua. It's Jesus who's doing it. So that's the reason why y'all thought y'all ate, because y'all never even mentioned that the power that comes from the Ruach, the Holy Spirit, which comes from the Most High, has everything to do with Yeshua, Jesus. You understand what I'm saying? Straitway don't cast out devils. Yeshua does. And then no one's upset about them for doing it. Listen, you got to understand when people are just blowing smoke and saving face.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
My thing is this, right? I'm really interested as to why they feel as though AI is going to save them. Why do they feel like AI is going to save them? We make enough of this and that, right? Then AI is going to save us. It's going to redeem us. Listen, same way y'all can do this AI junk, I can do the AI junk too. It's not going to save you. The only thing that will save you is Yeshua. It's Jesus, the Messiah. Repentance will save you, will redeem you. You understand what I'm saying? So this is very interesting how we're coming across information. We're not finding certain information. It's not in public record. I don't think that you have a federal hold, or federally, like they're refraining from putting your information public. Like are you a part of the CIA? Were you FBI? What's going on? Did they have to keep your name under wraps? Did you come out of witness protection? Like what's going on right now? They gave you a whole new identity, right? Made you seem like this soldier on the front lines, Dowell, right? Now you can be a preacher. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what's going on really? What's really happening? So I put the edict out there. I'm going to say this now. Dowell, listen, you got until we receive your DD 214. You have until we receive your DD 214 in order to comply. Put your DD 214 out there yourself. Let us know what you really been up to in the military. Post it. I want to see it. I want to read it for myself, because you can easily add and edit anything. I want an uncopied, unfiltered, unedited version of your DD 214. I don't want an AI version of your DD 214 now. I want an uncopied, unedited version, untampered with version. I can run it through a system too. I don't know if you tamper with untampered with version of your DD 214. You understand what I'm saying? Not AI. Don't go out there and get you an artificial, a DD 214 real quick. You understand what I'm saying? Put it out there. Let the people know what you've been up to in your background in the military. I know that you mentioned it, but you never actually disclosed any details of it. You understand what I'm saying? That which is very suspicious, right? You want to seem like you're valid, right? But also at the same time not seem like it, right? Have yet to see Dowell's photo like mine. And so this is one of his photos for the battalion he served with, right? And so that's something that is interesting, because honestly, I mean, we got this photo and that's about it, right? On Dowell. That's about it, which is very interesting. You understand what I'm saying? Very interesting. I'm very curious about this. Were you 17th Infantry and not 82nd Airborne? Because honestly, that is stolen valor. That is so stolen valor. Yo, that is stolen valor. And there's no way that you can get around it, Airsoft Dow, because we see you. You got the airsoft vest on. You know what I'm saying? Don't know anything about gear, right? At the time, you didn't know anything about gear. You had the airsoft vest on. You're talking about it like it was an actual plate carrier. You understand what I'm saying? Like you were talking about the air. We ain't forgot, Dow. We ain't forgot. You was talking about the vest like it was an actual plate carrier. You remember that? You remember that, right? Like you saying, oh, let me go get the rest of the. I left the rest of the attachment off for this one. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't want to be out here all trying to be cool. So I left the rest of the attachments at the. It comes with a little holster. I can be able to holster my pistol, which is completely unsafe for you to put a live firearm in the holster that they give you for the airsoft. You know what I mean? Like that's not safe, yo. That's very dangerous. What if you what if you cheddar bob yourself? You know what I'm saying? What if you cheddar bob yourself because you want to be Airsoft Dow? You want to be a super soldier, Airsoft Dow. You put your live firearm in the airsoft holster, and then next thing you know, you make a mistake and a round goes off, and now you cheddar bobbed yourself because you didn't got the right gear. I mean, it's just nonsensical. It don't make any sense, right? For you to be sitting here trying to act like, you feel me? Airsoft born. You Airsoft down. So it's like now we're pretending. Now we're pretending like we're something. You understand what I'm saying? A signal caller has to go behind enemy lines to call in airstrikes. I'm a military veteran, and let's keep it real. Yeah, a signal soldier has to go in behind enemy lines to call in airstrikes. MASH, Hawkeye. A signal caller has to go behind enemy lines to call in airstrikes. I'm a military veteran. Let's keep it real. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Signal soldier has to go behind enemy lines to call in airstrikes. Well, what else do they do, though? Do they also do it from an office space? I'm curious about that because if he didn't see any battle, he might have worked on radios. He might have fixed a few radios, but he didn't see actual war. You get what I'm saying? So he couldn't have been doing too much of the signal soldier job effectively, right? And so signal soldiers, of course, it's an honorable thing to do in the military. Listen, but it's not honorable to lie about it. It's not honorable to sit here and lie about your service and what you've been doing on a regular basis, right? For the gifts and calling of Yah are without repentance. Yeah. That's right. Romans 11:29. Cheddar Bob. Yeah, you don't want to cheddar Bob yourself, man. Airsoft Dow. Catted Airsoft back down. So we've really been from this information and what we've been able to get, right? So far is what Brother Odell was able to present just now, and still waiting on a DD-12 from submitting a FOIA request, right? Freedom of Information Act. Waiting on those DD-12s. I'm just like, look, Dow, beat us to the punch. Put your DD-12 out there. Get the information out there. Because right now it goes into even more speculation, right? Even more of accusations that you were never a part of the 82nd Airborne, that you were part of the 17th Infantry, right? The 17th Infantry, okay? And that you were never part of the 82nd Airborne. So now you got to correct this, right? Because the people who follow, right? Who follow you, you telling them that you're 82nd. You gotta have to prove this. You gotta definitely prove this because we're having a hard time finding your credentials. We're having a hard time with discovering who you really are in the military. And it's obvious because listen, your photos, what you're decorated with, all of that stuff tells on you. And it's already told on you There was a whole interview that was done on High Stakes Mitch platform, right? Brother Daniel broke it down as to what his uniform looks like, and it does not fit or suit somebody who's seen battle, right? Or whatever he's been bragging about. It don't match our lineup to his reputation in the military. So he's been putting a little bit of more sauce on it than he should. You understand what I'm saying? He be getting back. Yeah. It will come out eventually. Yeah, absolutely. It'll come out eventually. Righteousness in a nation, while wickedness is a reproach. Absolutely. Airsoft Dow and Airsoft Michael Israel. He has said out of his own mouth that his 82nd Airborne and that he's 82nd Airborne and did X amount of jumps. I happen to live fairly close to the FT Bragg and know a highly ranked soldier. Yeah. I would like to know if it's true. And if that's the case, Aspen English, hey, hit me up. If you get some information on this, please let me know, because we're looking for any and all information we can get about this particular situation. I want to know exactly what's going on, as well as the rest of everybody else wants to know the truth. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what is the truth? You know what I mean? You don't live very far away. My thing is this, right? Is that Fort Hood is not too far from me either. Like, I can go to Fort Hood. I'm pretty sure they got public records at Fort Hood as to who did what and who did when. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably drive my little self up there, do some investigations. You understand what I mean? Have you seen Priest Baldwin losing the state of Florida? Yeah. From what I'm understanding, his stuff has not really been working as well. And we're going to cover that, right? Because, of course, Daniel Muir, right, which I've already covered it extensively for the members, right? Daniel Muir is attempting to do some things that Priest Baldwin is encouraging him to do. And I don't believe it's going to pan out very well for him. But I'm keeping my eyes peeled on the case, as well as on a federal level, because they have it in federal court, which, hey, they were exercising their rights to get it from the circuit courts of federal. So y'all got to go check it out. Check it out. If you haven't become a member of the Warsheep podcast just yet, go consider signing up, consider joining, becoming a member, and go check out that live stream that the members did. We broke it down, and we're about to break another one down because I got some more information. Now it's time to go over it. You understand what I'm saying? Odell, everything done in the dark shall come to light. That's right. Baldwin can help Dow catch serious federal charges. Yeah. And then that's what they're looking like they're getting set up to do. And they're believing and trusting in this wholeheartedly, right? But, of course, it's based on one man's victory. You got to understand where this all stems from. Since Kabir has some success in court with the other two young numbnuts, right? The Jordan and Ryan. You understand what I'm saying? His whole situation, they don't understand, right? Because I remember Kabir asking me this question. He asked me the question of, why do you believe that I was successful in court? Why do you think I was successful? And I told him the honest truth. Y'all want to know what I told him? I told him the honest truth why they were successful in their particular court case. First of all, they didn't have a victim. There was no injured party. Second of all, it was highly publicized. There was a lot of publicity on that case. There was people who literally, Jordan and Ryan are nobodies. You understand what I'm saying? The reason why they were there is because Kabir Bajabia Miller was a part of it. His name was associated to it. They considered him to be mayor at some point, or governor, whatever it may be at some point. So they're covering it for the simple fact that Kabir Bajabia Miller is associated with it. You understand what I'm saying? Dow's girlfriend is associated with it. So Jordan and Ryan are nobodies. So if they were caught in the same situation without a Kabir Bajabia Miller, they would have been sold down the river. They wouldn't know what the hell to do. You understand what I'm saying? If it wasn't so highly publicized, right, and the media wasn't covering it so well, guess what the judges would have done? They probably would have railroaded their ass, violated their rights like they do the rest of them, and kicked them to the curb. But since it was so recorded and highly publicized and over heavy scrutiny, one thing that these officials do not want is a lawsuit. They don't want to be sued. They are so terrified of paperwork. I promise you. The moment you start to place liens on their bonds, the moment you start to sue a public official like a judge or whoever it is, when you start talking about your attorney, your lawyer, I promise you, they shut up real quick and they get really terrified really fast, especially if they know they did something wrong. That's all you really got to do. When you're done talking to a police officer, all you got to say is, I want my lawyer. I want my attorney. And he's not supposed to ask you any more questions any further. You understand what I'm saying? My thing is they're terrified of that. So that's the reason why they were so successful, is that Kabir Bajabiya Miller, not only did he have the time, but he had the resources and also the publicity in order for them to be successful at what they've done. I just had me in the Most High, and I seemed to make it out with the Father. I had to trust in Yah. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't have the same. That's why I was stuck in there 6 months. I didn't have the same publicity. I didn't have the same. You know what I'm saying? And so, but they had that. They had all of those things. So they were able to go in there and act a plum fool. Tell the judge to shove it up her rear end. You understand what I'm saying? They were able to go in there and just fucking boss hog it. I was doing all of that without a Kabir Bajabiya Miller. I was in there telling the DAs to shove it up their ass without a Kabir Bajabiya Miller. How much balls you got to have in order to do that, or faith in the Most High that you got to have in order to do that? I'm just saying, though, they had that. That's the reason why they were confident in what they were doing. That's the reason why their results came out the way that they were. It's because they had a Kabir Bajabiya Miller, an NFL and ex-NFL superstar who's a part of the Green Bay Packers Hall of Fame. If they didn't have that, they would have been shat on. They'd have been stuck in jail, in prison. There's nothing. They're stuck in jail. Okay. Who knows how they were fare? Any white boys that no offense to my Caucasian brothers out there, y'all know, yeah, I rock with y'all. As long as y'all rock with me. But any Caucasian or white fellas that I've seen in prison, in jail, they always got their ass whooped and they got they stuff stolen. I don't know why, especially if they're skinny. If they're skinny, they seem like they can't defend themselves. They got their ass whooped and they got their stuff stolen. And it's just kind of what the MO always was. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to understand, like, if you're somebody who looks like Ryan, right? If you've seen a picture of this guy, if you've seen Ryan in Praise Land, Straitway Praise Land, if you're somebody who looks like him, right? If you're somebody who looks like Jordan in there, you're getting your shit stole. Now, Jordan, he might have a little bit more nuts about him. He might try to do something, then they'll jump you. You understand what I've seen that. I've seen a guy who was standing up for himself, right? They called him out. They said, hey, man, you need to mop up this water right now. They tried to hoe him, right? And this is before he came to my pod. They actually put him in my pod because they knew he'd probably be safe, which somewhat, right? Somewhat. Some guy still wanted to whoop his ass, and I was saving him, right? I was saving him, right? Because he didn't have much time in there. So anyways, this guy, he was in the other unit, okay, y'all? He was in the other unit. He spilled some water on the floor. Didn't pick it up right away. The group of guys, right, these black guys, told him, hey, pick that shit up. You know what I mean? Get it up now. He refused to do it. He like, man, nah, I ain't nobody BITCA. You know, I ain't nobody, bitch. You know, I'm cool, man. Nah, I ain't doing none of that. You know what I'm saying? So he defended himself, right? He holding his nuts. So they all got up, they drug him in a room, and they beat the hell out of him. They beat the shit out of him. You understand what I'm saying? When I say they beat they beat his ass. And when he came to my unit, okay, he came to my unit and told me about it. It was at least, he said about 4 of them who was taking turns whooping his ass, stumping him out. His ribs were broken. He had 2 big ass black eyes that was right here. They were huge. His head was swollen, bigger than what it already was, because he had a big head anyway. Head was swollen, bigger than what it already was. And he was literally beat up. They did whatever they did. They big one on this guy, on this young man. He was a young man too. He's around 19 or something like that. Hard-headed guy, hard-headed. And so you know, he had to do some healing, but definitely a hard-headed guy. They I know that they put him in there because of what he experienced, and they took his shit and they jumped him, put him in there. And this guy couldn't keep his mouth shut. So everybody in my unit, right, the younger fellas, right, they really wanted to do the same to him. They wanted to whoop his ass and get him up out of there. But I was like, nah. He's good. Because I had some history with the young man. And I had to sit him down. I'm like, bro, you got to be quiet. You got to shut your mouth, go along to get along, and then just go home. Okay. You only got this amount of time, bro. I can't listen. Because he didn't have like 2 fights. When he came to my unit, he got into 2 fights, got his ass whooped twice. Now, I'm going to tell you this much, right? A young man like that, he's 19 years old. He ain't afraid to get him up. He's not afraid to fight you, but he won't win. That's a young man that's going to, in the future, he's going to be with the hands, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. You know why? Because he got his ass whooped enough. You understand what I'm saying? So no, don't think because he's getting beat up that no, when he gets out, listen, he's going to be definitely able to fight and defend himself because he's not shying away. He's not no coward. He going to get in there, but he's just not going to win right now. So but those are some of the guys who are street fighters that I know that developed into being better street fighters, right? Into where they almost never lost in a good street fight because they were willing to get in there and fight with whoever, right? Even though at first they were getting their ass whooped, now they actually can fight. You know what I mean? So it never pays to be a coward. You know what I mean? And of course, fatigue makes a coward of us all. So if you get tired in the middle of the fight, it's over for you, right? But Jordan reminds me of this guy. You understand what I'm saying? And those 2 guys, they're both skinnier guys, you know, at that time, in there, you know, it would have been over for them. They would have been getting that. They've been seeing all this commissary that these 2 young fellas are getting, and they would have been a target, especially Ryan. I promise you, target. Those are the type of guys that needed my protection in there. You understand what I'm saying? They would have been a target, 110%. That's it. They'd have been a target. They'd have got their shit stole. They'd been getting extorted. You understand what I'm saying? Like they've been getting extorted. But you know the way that Jordan and Ryan carry themselves, they carry themselves like they are they're that guy, that they've been through this and they've been that. Listen, y'all wouldn't have made it if y'all didn't have a Kabir Bajabir Miller. Y'all wouldn't have made it. Y'all would have been sold up Schitt's Creek. You feel me? No Kabir, no publicity, no resources. That's what they fear. You got to understand, this is intergovernmental system. They fear your numbers. So if you are the type of man who has multiple wives and you build yourself a whole community, you build yourself your whole family unit, and you got a big tribe, they're terrified of that. They're terrified of you. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody who conducts himself and carries himself in the business of children making business, right? Business of kings. If you can afford it, you're right. If you can support it, they are fearful of you. You understand what I'm saying? Because your numbers are great, right? Same thing with any other man. If you guys band together, if we all band together, form a trust, and we're all trustees within that trust, I promise you, when I was speaking to an evaluator, okay, I was talking to this evaluator. He was a competency evaluator. He was a psychologist or whatever his name he was. When I said and I spoke to him, right, and I was waiting on him. This is the reason why I was pretty much stuck, because they ordered a competency evaluation on me because I turned down their offer. I turned down their deal, and I told them to go shove it up their ass. So they ordered a competency evaluation on me because of that. Because I said no to being released that same day, being let go, right, and then saying no contest, meaning I don't know what I could have walked into that courtroom after saying, you know what, I agree to plead no contest, meaning I did nothing wrong. Y'all did nothing wrong. I can agree to plead no contest, but the moment I walk in that courtroom, guess what the judge can do? The judge can sentence me to 2 years in prison. You said that they're going to release me today. I plead no contest and took your deal. Guess what? The judge sentenced me to 2 years in prison because he wanted to make an example out of me. That's the type of stuff that happens. Or 14 years probation, which is a jail sentence, which is a prison sentence. Because it's a forever a trap. Probation is. You're not gonna listen. You're not gonna. I don't care if you don't smoke, don't drink. You on time. I don't give a shit what's going on. They were looking for any reason to put your ass in prison. You understand what I'm saying? So if you late one time, your ass going to prison probably. So you got to know that's a trap, right? You don't. You got a sense of freedom, but you're not free. So me denying that and saying no, I don't want your plea deal. I will sit my ass in here and suffer in this jail cell until I'm found to be innocent and you release me because I am innocent, right? You're gonna figure it out at some point. And then by the time you figure it out, you're gonna have to pay me. You understand what I'm saying? Because you wasted my time. So I decided to sit my ass in there and suffer. Right? And then like competency evaluation. I talked to this competency evaluator, this psychologist, right? Graduated from the University of Florida. Okay. Talk to this psychologist. The moment he brought me in there, I already kind of knew the assignment. I knew that I was going to be talking about the trust. I already knew I was going to talk about my board of trustees. I already knew that I was going to lay it on them. I was going to let them know, like, hey, you're going to wrap yourself up into something very big, right? And then your ass is going to be on the docket to be sued. I'm going to be pulling you in. You understand what I'm saying? I made that very clear to that competency evaluator, that psychologist, that he himself would also be on the chopping block. His ass is going to be on a lawsuit, on a petition. He asked me a few questions. He asked me if I wanted to answer his questions. I told him no. I said I objected to it in court, and I did not want to do this evaluation. And I said, so you're a psychologist, huh? And he's like, yes, I am a psychologist. He's like, okay, so what are you say that? What makes you a psychologist? Well, I graduated from the University of Florida. Okay, you got your credentials? Is what I asked him. He's like, yeah, I have them. And he tells me, so do you know why you're here? Do you know why we have to talk about this? I'm like, no, I objected to it in court. I didn't want to do it. He's like, okay, well, the judge has me doing this, and he starts to go over as to why he's doing it. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, so are you ready to proceed? Are you ready to move forward? I'm like, well, I'm still waiting on your credentials. So he goes and gets his credentials. He shows them to me. I write his full name down, dots and all. Okay. He sees me writing. I'm writing his full name down. Now, I'm mentioning this for a reason. I'm going to get to why I'm mentioning this. I write his full name down. Right. And then we go proceed. He's like, so do you want to proceed with this evaluation? I'm like, no, sir. I already objected to it in court. I do not wish to take this evaluation. I'm good. He's like, okay, well, listen, we're not going to go ahead and proceed with this evaluation. He's like, well, and he proceeds to say, and I already told him, I'm like, look, I've already objected to it in court. My board of trustees and my beneficiaries, my board of trustees would like to have a copy of this conversation. They want to know what's going on because they're entitled to know. They have a vested interest in my well-being. So we have to get a copy of this. Can you be able to present a copy to them? Well, he's like, well, they're going to have to submit a FOIA request in regards to a copy of it, but this is between myself and the judge, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, oh, okay, well, listen, we'll submit the request. We'll get the copy of this particular conversation. I want to be sure that we have copies. He's like, okay, well, we won't proceed with the evaluation here today. We're good this, but I just want to let you know that the failure to actually proceed will lead to, and I'm like, I stopped him in his tracks in that sentence. I'll say, hold on, wait a minute. Are you trying to communicate threats with me, sir? He's like, no. Oh, no. So that's powerful. You understand what I'm saying? These people are not allowed to communicate threats with you. If they start to try to threaten you, they are not allowed to communicate threats. So the moment you call them out, you got to ask them 3 times, are they communicating threats? You got to know. Just keep asking the same question. They say, well, why are you talking to me? Are you communicating threats? Well, what is your name? Are you communicating threats? You got to be sure you make it very clear. Keep repeating it until you're worn out or blue in the face. You got to at least prove it 3 times. You understand what I'm saying? So I asked him, are you communicating threats with me? He says, no, I'm not. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. I was like, he's like, I'm just trying to let you know that they may reorder another evaluation. Well, he closed out the evaluation. I walked out of there. The next time we go into court, the competency evaluator, the psychologist, raving reviews. Man, he's poised. He's articulate and his posture and the way that his gait when he walks, and he's saying all this great and fantastic stuff. He even mentioned in there, and this is the reason why I said that I wrote his whole name down. He mentioned in the report, he said that he wrote that I proceeded to write his full name. And so once you get their full name, they know that they can wind up on a petition or a lawsuit. They know that you mean business, that you want to know their full name for a real reason. You ask a police officer, hey, what's your full name? First, middle, last name. What's your full name? A lot of them ain't going to give it to you. They're going to refuse it. No, because they don't want you coming after them in the legal court, in a court of law, with paperwork. They don't want you coming after them with their full name. You understand what I'm saying? So he made mention of that, letting me know that send off indicators. Hey, I don't want to be sued. I don't want no parts of this. I'm backing away. I'm getting the hell out. You understand what I'm saying? I'm good. He said so much great stuff. He ain't have nothing bad to say. And he's like, yeah, he's competent. He's good. Some of these folks, man, they'll try to muscle you, bully you, tell you that they're going to throw you in a psych ward, shoot you up full of drugs. You understand how that works? I'm not joking. This actually happened to somebody who I had to help them get out of jail. They were telling this individual, they're telling this woman, this lady, this girl, that they would shoot her up full of drugs and stick her in the psych ward. These psychological evaluators will literally threaten you and will have your ass drooling from the mouth, and you're a perfectly healthy person, but they just did something wrong, right? They'll cover it up. These psychological evaluators, they're all in on it. They'll cover it up for the state. You got to understand that they work for the state as well. So you're not supposed to trust a psychological evaluator. You're not supposed to trust any of them. They need to prove themselves to be trustworthy. You understand what I'm saying? All of them must prove themselves, even the judge. So yeah, they threatened that young lady. You understand what I'm saying? And told her that they would be throwing her in a mental institution and shooting her up full of drugs. You got to understand what type of level of evil you're dealing with, right? Understand what type of level of evil that you're dealing with. And while you're understanding it, you got to know. Oh, man, he's dropping some. Charles Woodrow Dowell Jr. address. According to the records, Charles Woodrow Dowell Jr., approximately 58 years old, has lived multiple residents nearby. Notably, Elm Hill. Oh shit, we getting addresses now. Oh, bless you. He just in, y'all. Breaking news. Just in. All right. Current address is Pumpkintown Lane. He's had 1, 2, 3, 4 different addresses prior to Pumpkintown Lane. All right. 4 different addresses prior to Pumpkintown Lane. Summary table. Pumpkintown Lane. Yep. We got a few different addresses prior to that known in approximately. And so with these addresses that's being brought up, Georgia is one of them. Pumpkintown Lane in Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana, possibly earlier Louisiana. Oh, I see. So with these previous addresses, y'all, nothing that says Fort Hood. Nothing that says that he's ever existed in Texas. Okay, now let's switch gears. Y'all know I went off on a tangent telling y'all about jail stories. But yeah, so nothing that actually reflects that he lived at any point in Texas, which is suspicious. It's very suspicious, y'all, that he has no addresses that says that he lived in Texas. Okay. Because for somebody who was in Fort Hood, right, with the 82nd Airborne Division, and also chewed the same dirt as Gideon, I believe he also was in Fort Hood, right? He said they chewed the same dirt. You understand what I'm saying? You have no addresses in Texas, but you do have one in LA, in which there has been some, I guess, records of Louisiana being a certain division that you may have been a part of, 32nd or 31st division that you may have been a part of, right? Over in Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm not. So a lot of that came from Fort Polk, right, in Louisiana for a signal soldier. So I'm curious though, because if he has no addresses in Texas, and which I would believe that he would have some, then that's a red flag. That's a huge red flag. You understand what I'm saying? Because if he's not been living in Texas, Fort Hood, then how did you attend Fort Hood? How did you become a part of the 82nd Airborne? There's no address for you, Dow, in regards to Fort Hood, 82nd Airborne. This is Louisiana. There's Tennessee. There's Arkansas. There's Kentucky or Louisiana. Georgia. But there's nothing in here in regards to Texas.
Something's wrong here. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Charles, thank you very much.
Dead giveaway.
I'm curious. Hopefully we can get some blanks filled in, Dow. Why aren't we finding anything for you as far as your existence in Fort Hood, right? Fort Beginning, within 60 miles of Fort Beginning, 60 miles away, 90 miles away, right? Fort Polk is located in Leesville. So Fort Polk is Leesville, Louisiana. And that's a direct match. So we can place you in Louisiana, but we can't place you in Texas. We can't place you in Texas, but we can place you in Louisiana. This is something very suspicious here. That we can place you in Louisiana, but we cannot place you in Texas. Now, Texas is the 82nd Airborne, right? Fort Polk, Louisiana, is like for signal soldiers, and which is still a very reputable battalion, right? Very reputable, very honorable battalion, still. But it's just not. It's not 82nd Airborne. It's not Fort Hood. You understand what I'm saying? Chewing the same dirt as Gideon and Fort Hood. It's not that. So what exactly are we doing here? Dow mentions he was in Louisiana. This would be before 1980, 1998, 99, when he hooked up into Stairs Ministry. Okay. And then so ebook. Okay, so this must be where he mentioned it, where he mentioned he was in Louisiana. All right, assuming he lived. Assuming he lived based on Carol, should show up on voting records. Our censors take some time, but likely able to cross check what bridges and battalions were in Fort Polk 1995 through 2000 in cross-reference against signal MOSs assigned / attached to divisions. Okay, where was 82nd Airborne? The 82nd Airborne Division has been continuously based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Okay, so Fort Bragg. All right, Fort Bragg. Now called Fort Liberty since 1946. During the 1995-2000, maybe it was Fort Bragg, but I could have sworn it was Fort Hood. All right. I'm gonna have to find some clips where he said what fort he was in, because I believe he said it on Drunk Talk a few times. What fort he was in. Now, Bragg sounds familiar too. Okay, Bragg sounds familiar as well. All right, North Carolina. During that, stationed in Fort Bragg, participating in developments of placing like Haiti boys, but also returning to Fort Bragg as its home base. Okay. So Fort Bragg, we got Fort Bragg on the map. So Fort Hood, Fort Bragg, right? 2nd Armed Cavalry Regiment, 2nd ACR. Okay. Unit stationed at Fort Polk, 1995 to 2000, right? Stationed at Fort Polk from 1993 through 2004, including the entire time frame. Okay. Delayed Elements Joint Readiness Training Center, JRTC Operations Group, officially relocated to Fort Polk in March of 1993 and remained in central organization throughout the 1990s. Conduct annual bridge training rotations and hosted active duty and National Guard bridges for pre-development. Okay, in 1995, 2000, supported grants units. Okay. So actively, we can say that that was Fort Polk. That was in Louisiana. It was relocated. Okay, so we can actively say that it was Fort Polk. Common Signal MOS at Fort Polk, 1995 to 2000. Role at Fort Polk. Okay, so Signal Soldier, that MOS is out of Fort Polk, right? And so since that was what he was, a radio operator, right, or maintainer, he would have been stationed in Fort Polk. Now we see his previous addresses. We see one of them is Louisiana. One of them is Louisiana, right, which is Fort Polk. That is where Fort Polk is located. So, and of course, Louisiana, and then Lafayette, Tennessee. We got Fort Polk right here. Fort Polk, LA. Other known addresses: Nashville and Madison. Fort Polk, LA, Louisiana, Nashville. Okay, so we are putting some dots together, putting some pieces together. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't seem like he touched Fort Hood or Fort Bragg at any point, but I know he's talked about one of the forts. Okay, I know he saw. If I'm not mistaken, it was Fort Hood in Texas. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm, of course, I'm from Texas, so I remember relating that to where I was from Houston. So Fort Hood is what I related it to because that's what he said. Now Fort Bragg is North Carolina. It's been is North Carolina, right? And so any of these addresses, none of them are North Carolina, nor is it Texas, Fort Hood in Texas. So he had no address in North Carolina, had no address in in Texas, which is Fort Hood. He only had addresses in Tennessee, in Louisiana, and in Georgia. And that's all. That's all. It's the only places we can place him, right? And so, of course, with him following the same, I guess, tradition of updating his information with the local mail service, right, and getting the right address in, updating his current address and all of that stuff, right? We would definitely say that if he would ever touch down in North Carolina and lived there for quite some time, like he said, he many jumps, a part of the 82nd Airborne, things like that, then we would know that he had an address in North Carolina. That's where 82nd Airborne is stationed. That's where they did all their things. So my thing is this, right? If he had no address in North Carolina, but he claims to be 82nd Airborne, he's supposed to have been attending Fort Bragg, right? Then how does he not have an address related to Fort Bragg, related to North Carolina, right? But we have all his previous addresses from Pumpkin Town Lane to Arkansas, right? To Georgia, to Louisiana. We have all these different addresses that none of them touch North Carolina or Texas, right? That army photo he has matches more closer to Fort Polk than to Fort Hood or Fort Bragg. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, it's either one or the other. Fort Hood, Fort Bragg. You know what I mean? But obviously, it doesn't matter which one it was because it's a lie. It's a lie, regardless. You know, it wasn't. He never was in Fort Hood. He never was in Fort Bragg. So it was a lie, regardless. There's a website where you can get someone's DD 214. Yeah, we got to submit a FOIA request in regards to the DD 214. I got some people that's on it, but share the website. Maybe that's a route that we have not yet discovered. So it would be nice to have the website. Are you in the Discord group, Aspen? If not, then it would be nice for you to share it within that group. You know what I mean? All right, Fort Bragg, North Carolina. 82nd is in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. He's never lived in North Carolina. So I'm very curious as to what took place with 82nd Airborne, because he says he's 82nd, but he's never lived in North Carolina. So do we have true stolen valors here? Do we have true stolen valor? Somebody who claims to be 82nd Airborne Ranger, right? And then they never even seen North Carolina for a jump. Was he really truly jumping as much as he said he was? You know, maybe he completed a few courses. Maybe he definitely has done a few things in regards to it. But my thing is that where's the proof? You know, where's the evidence, right? So we should have you being able to be stationed in that location, right? We should have see you showing up in North Carolina or see you showing up in Texas. You weren't showing up in either one, right? Impossible if he was stationed there. Yeah, it's impossible if he was stationed there. And I agree. I've been there and live relatively close. We had friends there. The pic looks totally different than Louisiana or Texas. Impossible if he was stationed there. Yeah. No, I'm not in Discord. Let me see if I can. Let me see something here real quick. I'm gonna try to, because I would like you to drop it. Hold on, wait a minute. All right, let me drop this link. You can click the link to join, and I would love to see what website that is, because from what I'm understanding, you got to submit that FOIA request. But you know, but we've been patient. We've been patient about this FOIA request and being able to see the truth. Yeah. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's impossible if you're stationed in that area for you not to have an address associated with that particular area. If you're stationed in North Carolina, you should have a North Carolina address to say that you were a part of the 82nd Airborne Division, right? To say that you attended Fort Bragg. You understand what I'm saying? You should have it. It's not there. It's not present. No, I'm not in Discord. Jump school is 3 weeks long at Fort Beginning. Okay, so jump school is 3 weeks long at Fort Beginning. If he's done Fort Beginning and done jump school, then maybe that's all he's talking about. He just completed jump school, right? What's going on? We need answers. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're not showing up in North Carolina. You said you're 82nd Airborne. That's not really showing up, Dow. From the front lines to you know to the most high. You know what I'm saying? From the front lines to the most high ain't really spelling out in this discovery. You understand what I mean? It's not spelling out. From the front lines to the most high. It sounds like a bunch of lies. How many more yellow strikes is on the back of Dow? Come on. Dow has been projecting hard like New Breed. Yeah. He's been really putting up a fluff, like a persona role at Fort Polk. These are the roles at Fort Polk. Managed computer systems, networks, and IT support. for units, information technology specialist, model network systems operator, satellite communication systems operator, signal support system specialist, which that's what he's believed to be, a signal support system specialist, radio operator, cable systems installer. So that's what he believed to be. Let's see. Proximity to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Closest known address is going to be Lively, Georgia, 30730. Bowling Green, Kentucky. Distance about 400 miles. Fort Bragg is about 400 miles from Lively. So 400 miles is not very productive, right? About 6.5 to 7 hours drive. Yeah, that's not very practical, for somebody who's attending Fort Bragg, right? That's not very practical for you to drive 6 to 7 hours to Fort Bragg on a daily basis. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not very practical. Bowling Green, Kentucky. That's about 5 to 6 hours drive time from Bowling Green. And so that's not practical. That's not very practical. So the likelihood of this actually taking place is improbable. I don't believe that he actually was there. From the evidence that's being presented here, he's never had an address in the area of of North Carolina. He's never had an address. And any address that he's been previously pinned to, right? Which Louisiana would be one that makes sense because Louisiana is Fort Polk, which that's where he never really talks about Fort Polk, right? But he was stationed there, obviously, at some point because he had an address there and he was there. It was a direct match. But now we have addresses from Lively, Georgia, 6 to 7 hours away from Fort Bragg. Okay, which that's where that's where he needs to be in order to be a 82nd Airborne Ranger. You understand what I'm saying? He needs to be in Fort Bragg. He has no addresses there, so that's a real problem. That's a real problem when it comes to people telling the truth, right? In regards to what their history is in the military and actually having stolen valor, wearing 82nd Airborne when you never even attended 82nd Airborne. You never been to Fort Bragg. You never were stationed over there in North Carolina in Fort Bragg, but you got jackets, you got other things, memorabilia in regards to 82nd Airborne Division, and you really stepped in the persona in the lies of 82nd Airborne, all while pretending to know something, right? Because you're Airsoft Dowell. So you out here doing airsoft moves, right? Until you actually meet real soldiers like Gideon, who actually attended Fort Bragg, who actually is who he says he is, who had to teach you more about what you need to be having. You understand what I'm saying? No known residents within immediate or nearby proximity of Fort Bragg. I mean, what's going on really? Because all I'm seeing is a bunch of fluff, a bunch of lies that's being uncovered. Shout out to the family over there at Facebook. The 82nd Airborne has many supporting units. He's DD 214 will reveal it. He was probably a supporting unit. Okay, so we can say for sure that he's not in Fort Bragg, but possibly a supporting unit of the 82nd Airborne Division that make him 82nd Airborne. You have to live near the base. So he didn't live near the base. And so we got Angelo who says you have to live near the base. He didn't live near the base. So we got a problem there, right? We got a problem there. We got a problem there. And we got to leave it up to this. That Dowell needs to support and needs to put out his DD 214 because this right here is not looking good for him. We're not placing him in proximity to where he can become an 82nd Airborne, a part of the division, or part of one of the supporting units. Because from what I'm understanding here, right, and you can confirm this, if you have to live within the area, you have to live near the base, is what's being said. You have to live near the base in order for you to be a part of the supporting unit of the 82nd Airborne. Well, 400 miles, right, is not going to be within spec, right? 400 miles, not a daily commute to base. Absolutely. Not a daily commute. You got to be within a certain radius, right, in order to be a part of the support squad for the 82nd, or part of the support battalion for the 82nd Airborne. So if that's the case, let's make that very well known, right? Let's make it very well known that the 82nd Airborne Division, you got to be close in order to be a part of the support battalion. We can narrow that down. That'll be even better. That doesn't make him a jumper for the 82nd Airborne. He said his knees done for so many jumps. Yeah, he said that he even lost an inch off his height because he jumped so much. Yo, we gotta understand what we dealing with here, y'all. He said he jumped so much that he lost an inch off his height, and he was just a bit. He could have been 6 foot. He could have been 6 foot, but since he did so many jumps, it impacted his air joints, and then next thing you know, he only 5'11", or whatever, however tall he is. Right? True. And 400 miles, and you have to drive through the mountains, which is not fun. That is not. They not finna let you do that. It just only makes sense to get you right on base. 400-mile drive is not gonna work. They're not trying to hear that, right? Charles W. Dowell resided at 198 Kennerville, North Carolina. Okay, so that puts him in North Carolina. Base available public records. Charles Woodrow Dowell is listed as residing at 198 Pickable City, North Carolina, and there are no additional known addresses associated with him. He is reported to be 93 years old. What? Is this a mistake? What do you mean? He's reported to be 93 years old. Do we have the right Charles Dowell? So, do we have the right Charles Dowell here? Because this guy is reported to be 93 years old. That's not going to work. Based on available public records, Dowell, who is resided in. Okay. So this is a different Dowell. This is a different Charles Dowell. His name is Howard. Charles Howard Dowell was residing there. Passed away to 2012 at the age of 84. He was the owner of and operator of Snappy Lunch for 61 years and was born in years. There are no other known addresses associated with him in the public record. Okay. So this Dowell, of course, passed away. These are the only Dowells that we're finding in the area. And this Dowell, who has a W for an initial in the middle of his name, he is reported to be 93 years old, which does not fit the description of the Dowell we're looking for. They're not the right ones. Flying Monkey's going to pull those other two up. Yeah, they're going to try to. So, this is chess, not checkers. You understand what I'm saying? So taking away their argument. This is what it is. They're not the right ones. That's right. Yep. Delusions are real when you full of the spirits. Yeah, absolutely. There are several Charles Dowells, including one in England with a military record. Several of them. Okay, multiple ones. Yes, a different one. Flying monkeys like Steve. Yep. We'll say that's Dow living by Fort Bragg. Nah, absolutely not. Definitely not Dow living by Fort Bragg. He's not 93 years old. So yeah. Good move. That's good move, man. Take away the argument. The Woodrow we're looking at, he's not there. Yeah, absolutely. Rebecca, yes. I find that very obvious. Yeah. Very offensive. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah. Okay. The surrounding areas searching for other Dowells that may have lived close to Fort Bragg, and that is not the description. He's not 93 years old. If he was around that age, then we of course had to confirm that it was Dow, and we'd say, okay, this is possibly could have been his address, but it's not him because he's not 93. You understand what I'm saying? So, and of course, this one here, Howard Dow, he's already passed away. He's already gone on to, and he's 84 during, by the time he passed, right? He's very offensive in purpose. Yep. So yeah, so obviously debunking this stolen valor thing, stolen valor thing, and taking this thing out. Honestly, we still peeling back the layers of it, but honestly, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered by Dow. What's going on with this Fort Hood? What's going on with this Fort Bragg? What's going on with any of these things where you actually did not live in those areas? Like, what exactly is going on here as to where we can't place you in North Carolina? We can't place you in Texas. What is the truth here? We can only place you in Fort Polk, right? Where you learn to become a signal soldier. That's the only place we can place you. We can't place you anywhere else, really. You understand what I'm saying? And anywhere we were to place you, you're about 400 to 600 miles away from that particular station or that base. You understand what I mean? Fort Bragg. That's where you need to be to become 82nd Airborne. So I'm very curious. This is very interesting to me. And honestly, we're going to come up with more evidence. You understand what I'm saying? We're going to keep unpacking this. And I'll just have to say, Dow, come on out. Bring out your DD 214. Make that public. You understand what I'm saying? Let us know. Give some validity to what your claims are as far as you being 82nd Airborne. Because at this moment, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that you're 82nd. I'm not convinced that you're 82nd at all. I believe that you got stolen valors. I believe that you're so much of a fraud that you're going to continue to be one. And that's just how you're moving. You're moving as a fraud. This is all fraudulent. Bigger question is Charles Dow his real name? Is Charles Dow your real name? Bro Vic. Charles Woodrow Dow Jr. even says he was at Fort Polk. Yeah. Yeah. You say that you're at Fort Polk. You say that you're at Fort Bragg. You say that you're at Fort Hood. Like, what's going on here? Because I know distinctively you said Fort Hood. You said you chewed the same dirt as Gideon, right? I remember because Fort Hood's in Texas, and you spoke about how it was in Texas. If I'm wrong, clarify it. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure you said that in open format. I'm pretty sure you said it on one of your drunk talks, right? Got to find that clip. And Fort Bragg was where you needed to be in order to be 82nd Airborne. It's in his testimony on that PDF. Okay, it's in his testimony on that PDF. We're gonna have to shift through that PDF on that testimony because I did pull it up. I clicked it, and then I got something different, but it didn't even load in. Okay, hold up. Okay. Okay. All right. Yo, all right. So we got his testimony. Let me go ahead and let me do this real quick. Because we're gonna soon close this out. We're almost 4 hours in, but I'm gonna share the testimony here Appreciate you sharing all this information. Shout out to you, Brother Odell, for the info. I'm gonna see if we can find this to be quick. Let's see if we can quickly find some of this information, yo. All right, Ruach HaKodesh. Is there any specific spot that I need to be looking here? That way I'm not wasting nobody's time. All right, I see. Okay. All right. We looking now. Let's see. I did not think much about it and walked off that evening. I attended the church at Tennessee. One day I had it baptized. Sergeant Dowell, you need the Holy Spirit. I did not think much about. Okay. Page 4. Page 4, second paragraph. Okay. Page 4. Okay. Second paragraph. Okay. Repenting is only part of it. Give me a sec, y'all. All right. That evening, I started reading my Bible again. Okay, I see. All right, I see. I got you. Okay, let me scroll down. Strong belief. Oh, which page? The major problem is he did mention that he was in Louisville, Louisiana. All right. All right. Well, we did have it screenshotted. Let me stop sharing this. Let me get the sharing. That boom. All right, we're gonna go ahead and go to the screenshot that you got. All right, so said I arrived at the church in Jesus Christ House of Prayer in Louisiana. So he does place himself in Louisiana. So of course, as you can see right here, because he said he arrived at this church in Louisiana. So he places himself in Louisiana. So that means that, yeah, he was stationed over at Fort Polk in Louisiana. He wasn't in Fort Hood. He wasn't in Fort Bragg. He was at Fort Polk in Louisiana. And maybe he was attending jump school. And he did do that. But he was in Fort Polk. And I don't know if he really spoke about Fort Polk like that. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, he placed himself there in that city. Also talking to other sergeants there. Yes. So he places himself in this city in Louisiana, but he does not place himself in the 82nd Airborne Division. He doesn't place himself in North Carolina. That's where he's believed to be. That's where you need to be in order to be in 82nd, right? You need to be in North Carolina. Well, he wasn't in North Carolina. He was in Louisiana. And there is nothing that shows, there's no proof that shows him to be in North Carolina. Nope, he avoids Fort Polk like the plague. Yeah, yeah, I guess he's not proud of being a signal soldier. I mean, I think that you got to have some real balls to be a signal soldier, to go behind enemy lines and do certain things like that, right? Calling airstrikes and things. You know, you got to have some balls, man. Those guys don't have a bad rap, and you know, those who are in the field, I believe that they got a job to do. You understand what I'm saying? And that job is to not get shot and then get behind enemy lines without being detected, spotted, and then taken in for torturing, right? But to get back there and actually calling in an airstrike. So, you know, listen, if you're doing your full blown job and not just fixing radios behind a desk or at an office or at a facility, then listen, you're doing your thing. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. But to lie about it is a problem. His 2-week jump school got built up to 82nd Airborne. Got built up to 82nd Airborne. His 2 weeks of jump school. Okay. Check it out. Ain't no signal soldier. He said he ain't no signal soldier. Yeah. And then so that's the biggest thing, y'all. So as we continue to unpack this, right, we're going to continue to peel back the layers, because my thing is that we gotta listen. Understanding, we need to get it. What's the book say about our understanding? And all you're doing is what to get that understanding. Listen, we're gonna go ahead and land this plane here, y'all. I think we brought quite a bit of information in regards to stolen valor and how this song said that he was on the front lines. Okay, right on the front lines to now being in the presence of Yah, and that he's the epitome of all strength. If you need strength, you need to look to Dowell. These guys are crazy, man. Man, I appreciate y'all joining me here today. We're gonna land this plane here. I appreciate you guys. Beautiful testimony that came out from Raye. She did a great job, wonderful job of articulating the truth. And I cannot wait for this second half for more people to be set free and hearing this testimony and how beautiful it truly is. I really appreciate you guys contributing. Shout out to everybody on Discord, as well as Brother Odell, for bringing out a lot of solid information. You understand what I'm saying? In regards to this situation, honestly, my thing is this, right? If you're going to tell anybody anything, just tell them the truth. I mean, you're a simple signal soldier, or you're a soldier who was stationed in Louisiana. You never was a part of the 82nd Airborne. Don't try to make yourself seem more than what you truly are in order to garner some sort of favor with man. You understand what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing, right? Yeah, and absolutely. Don't forget to hit the like button, y'all. Don't forget the like button, right? We need maximum effort. We need maximum effort, y'all.
Maximum effort.
Don't forget, if y'all here and y'all hating, feel free to hate on me. You understand what I'm saying?
If there's any haters in here right now that don't have nobody to hate on, feel free to hate on me. Sit back there and say my hair ain't luxurious when you know it is, bitch.
Man, I really hope y'all enjoyed today's show. And honestly, more truth is coming out here and more unpacking of the truth. Was Dowell truly an 82nd Airborne Ranger? Or was he just a simple signal soldier who was stationed in Fort Polk? Release your DD 214, Dowell. Release your DD 214. Since you talked about it, release your DD 214. Let us know. Put this whole notion to bed, man, that you are just fraud. You just airsoft Dowell. You know, you built yourself up to be some idol, and now they're praising and worshiping you, saying that you're the epitome of all strength and all holiness. Listen, just give the people the truth. You are not an 82nd Airborne Ranger. You are airsoft Dowell. You are the simple signal soldier stationed in Fort Polk, right? Louisiana. You understand what I'm saying? Just give them the truth. I hope y'all really enjoyed today's show. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Holla at your boy in the next flock. Much love to y'all. Peace and shalom, shalom.